Hey, JQ.
What?
Check this out. Just for you. I remember this after your infamous SilverState interview. I remember this skit we performed back in 2018.
Stickers.
Hey, Joseph, come here. Check this out. Come on. Let's check it out.
What now?
Check that.
What the hell is this? I told Joey not to put stickers on my shit. The dirt making jumps since 1999. This is my property, man. What the hell is this guy? This is just unacceptable. Unacceptable. Jesus Christ.
Well, come check this out.
There's more?
Look at that.
Jesus Christ! Jesus loves JQ.
Somebody loves you.
Wasn't Kyosho pitting over here? What's Tebow here? This looks like Tessman's handwriting, though. That kind of looks like Tessman's handwriting.
I don't know his handwriting. I'm not accusing anybody.
Is this permanent? It's not gonna come off, is it?
No. But come check this out. This was pretty sneaky. I like this one. The indie guys got you.
Can you believe how many tags there are? Oh my god. Boom! I love Ars erasing. Listen, boys. There's a dirt logo on here too. Can you see that? We need to document this. This is unacceptable, completely unacceptable. This is a really expensive race van. They're messing with it. This is my property. These sponsors pay money to be on here, and then the dirt just sticks their goddamn stickers everywhere on it. And Tebow or Tessman or whoever, one of those Jesus lovers, you know, trying to spread the word. Unacceptable. Jesus.
Hey, little did we know that I wanted to kill you that weekend so many times. You almost even sounded like Trailer Park Boys. What? I don't know, boys. We got to do something about this. But anyway, after your performance at SilverState this past week, last weekend, that came. I remember that. But you know, we got a lot to talk about. People been waiting for this podcast. We're a little bit.
Are we
late.
Recording already?
We are recording already. So you and Pekka can stop wrenching right now because I'm about to hit that intro.
Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast. Get ready for some serious bench racing. But be warned, we speak our minds, express our thoughts, and sometimes things can get a little rowdy.
Hate, and he just was influenced by the hate coming from the left, the hate coming from the right. And let's get back to more club racing and less of this grabbing racing.
It's hard not to be arrogant when you're always right. You know? See what I mean? That's exactly why people call you arrogant, Max.
You may not agree with everything we say, but it's definitely worth a listen.
And our pick, can you stop whatever you're doing?
Join your host, Lefty the Great, with co-hosts and guests as they get together to chat RC.
Hey, after that race that I watched this morning, I have to talk about it.
Here we go. $100 right here, $100 throw. Oh no! I like this.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 283 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, a.k.a. Lefty the Great. Over to my virtual left, not paying attention, is Rupert Pumpernickel, a.k.a. Beaker, a.k.a. JQ, the man of many nicknames. and the man who was probably the most talked about at Silver State 2 weeks ago.
I have a new nickname.
Oh,
I'm the world's worst person. No, I'm the world's most horrible person. No, wait a minute. I'm the worst person I have ever met.
Okay.
Said by Jared Tebow. He said
okay.
that.
Okay.
I believe that's the exact quote. You are the worst person I have ever met.
Well, sure that's quite a title. I'm sure you're proud of it. But thank you, JQ.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh, I'm sure we will. We thank you for joining us, JQ. We appreciate it. We've kind of had to. We're late on this podcast. We were supposed to record last week. You didn't get home till late Wednesday. I had to go to the race at SORC Raceway this past weekend, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And then Sunday was getting some rest. Monday, I don't know what happened to you yesterday. But anyway, I was busy yesterday anyway as well. So we're now recording on the Tuesday about a week and 2 days later than we wanted to. So, we're here. At least we're here. Before we get started, I'd like to say thank you to all of the NNRC squad and YouTube members around the world. We can't, and patrons as well. We can't do without you guys. Thank you for all the support from the NNRC squad. If you wish to become a patron or YouTube member, links for that in the written description of this podcast. It definitely helps us out a lot. If you do that, please. And you will get early release of this podcast. Also, a big thank you and shout out to all these awesome companies that support the podcast. We in the written description of this podcast, we do have links, coupon codes, affiliate links, and anything you can do to support these sponsors greatly helps us out. They are Invisible Speed, Hitec Rc, Corsatec USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Mayako, Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Stacked RC. I just see he just got a nitro car out on Stacks. RaceCraft USA. They were at the Hot Race GP this past weekend. Ooh, that track looked great. RC Box Club, Call RC. We have a coupon code for that. Use it in the written description. Elite RC Productions, Florida RC Championships, RC Body Armor. Shout out to my boy Gene Strout Jr. of SJ Racing Builds, House of RC, RC GP, RC Sign Up, and shout out to our drivers David Ronnefalk, Robert Battier, Alexander HagBerg, Matty G, Pekko Ivanen, Una Hutnen, and Mason Fuller, who had a very good weekend at the Silver State. I don't really have any shout outs this weekend. I haven't kept track of birthdays, but if you had a birthday, happy birthday to you. And all that good stuff.
I had a birthday.
You did have a birthday, April 29th, right?
Yeah.
That's right. I forgot all about it recently. I do apologize. I didn't message you and say happy birthday to you, or did I?
Well, that's how good of a friend you are.
41 years old. I was on the road. That's probably why I forgot. I do apologize. Now in your 42nd year. So very well, JQ. You're almost catching me up. But what did you do for your birthday anyway? Where was you? Was you home?
I was at Revelation Raceway all day.
Oh, so you spent it in a great way. Great way. All right. Before we go on any further, JQ, I want to say thank you to Invisible Speed and for all their support. How's things going at Invisible Speed, JQ? Seems like he was very popular with the books.
Yes, I want to talk about that.
Okay, let's go.
Right now, I don't know what to do, but we need people to join the course. It's $49, $50, 3 months access. Now we have a lot to talk about. Philippine Masters and SilverState with Ryan Lutz. So a good driver, credible. He has credibility. You can listen to him instead of me about the driving bits and what he thought about the setups we did. And I've started driving again a bit, so I have a few ideas to talk about. We're going to have some live meetings coming up. So now would be a great time to join. The next 3 months we'll be active on there as it's the summer season. Lots will be on there. I'm sure we'll get Robert on also, maybe some other surprise guests. So now would be a good time to try that out if you haven't already. Over 100 videos. You can watch them whenever you want. Live videos, you can also go back and rewatch the archive of them. Definitely worth the money. Yeah.
And you know what? Links for that in the written description of this podcast. And you can also buy the very popular book. People seem to love the book. I heard.
Yeah, go on.
I heard that a lot of people were coming up to you and asking you, and I heard at Silver State and talking good about the book. Everywhere I go, people may not like you, but they definitely like the book.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Lots had books for sale, and I had books, and we sold out on qualifying day already.
Awesome.
So that was good. And I don't even need to exaggerate when I say that 50 people walked up to me over the week and said, some actually said what you said. Like, I may not agree with your politics or whatever, but I love the book or the course or this or that. And so many people just, even who didn't have the book or course, said, oh, thank you for your YouTube videos. And I watched the engine tuning video and I did this and that. And, you know, it's helped me a lot. So that was really, I wouldn't say surprising because I've been to other races, but what's a better word than that?
Positive reassurance. You liking that? That's something you like?
Whatever that word is that I'm looking for, that's what it was. So okay. It was nice to see. Good to see that the work sort of is appreciated and actually helps people.
Okay.
So
that's good. That's good. That's good. Very good.
I was only called the worst person by one person, and then about 50 thanked me for all the videos and stuff. So that's good. You know, the balance is it's okay. Starting to balance out.
All right. So anyway, if you guys want to purchase the Invisible Speed course or book, links for that are in the written description of this podcast. All right, JQ. So you kind of was on the road. You went to Philippine Masters, then you came back home for a week, and then you went back to SilverState. We're going to talk about all of that. But also this weekend, because I know Greg was trying to get you to stay for the Hot Race GP, which looked really badass. That track looked great. I don't know if you've seen it. We'll play a video of it here shortly, I think. But you entered your first MX race this past weekend and won it. You was like,
I didn't win.
I think. Oh, I thought you won.
No,
you got a hole.
Definitely didn't win.
You got a hole shot then?
No, let me post a picture so I have proof. But
you didn't mess yourself up.
My very first race. So you have to understand, I've been waiting for this moment for about 35 years at this point. So it's been a long time coming. But finally, I got to race my first official motocross race in the veteran class. So when 40 and above, you're in the vets. And that's what I did. And it was good fun. There was 35, it's like 40 to 60 year olds, or actually 60 plus. So I don't know how the oldest racer there was. There were 35 on the line. I qualified 21st in the first moto, and then fell twice out of 21st place again. Finished 28th.
Okay.
I was happy.
And you didn't mess yourself up, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, that was my goal, to get through the weekend or that day without any massive injuries.
Something's going on with it was very choppy. Your audio was very choppy just now. But anyway.
I'm downloading the pictures so I can show you proof.
Oh, okay. Gotta have that proof, right? All right.
Yeah, but that was fun.
That's good.
And you know what? Interesting about doing the motocross thing is I think in RC I can't be a hobbyist or a sort of beginner or just some average random guy, right? I don't really have that perspective because I've been in the industry so long. But in motocross I can. So I get the experience and I can sort of relate to how people feel when they get into RC racing.
Right.
That's interesting. It's actually kind of helpful in a way because I see that how is it to attend a race and what kind of things don't you know that should be obvious. Like even me, like I've been to motocross races, but I haven't actually raced myself. So there were very basic things that I just didn't know. Like when do I have to go to the start gate? Like there's a time limit. You have to go there before and check in your bike and you have to be there a certain time or you can't race. You know, or simple stuff like, okay, so where do you exit the track after qualifying? Or how do you know when the timing starts in qualifying? Because it's practice first and then qualifying, like these kind of things. So then kind of makes you think that when you attend some RC race and there's not really any kind of driver's briefing, and there's no schedule and there's no posted rules anywhere. Like, how do people know if they don't have someone with them who knows those things? You know.
So how did you know?
Because I had friends there who knew, and I asked them. That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I kind of understand that with having it's kind of like me. Working in the industry, it's not a hobby no more. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I got to race this past weekend, so that was fun. I'll do something that was similar to racing, but that could be confused as racing. But I get that point. It's kind of like me getting into something else, which would be like my action figures. Or now I'm into boats. I'm into RC boats, right? So it's a complete different thing from RC. I've done it. Oh, let's bring up your picture. Oh, there you are in your JQ Threads motocross.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was good fun. And I had beginner's luck on the starts. I had good starts.
Okay, well, that's always good. That's good. I mean, I remember when you told me it's going to do this like JQ. I wish you all the luck, and I really wish that you don't hurt yourself. And you did it. So,
yeah, the guy wanted me to stay an extra week and do the hot race, but I said no. I have to go do this motocross race, and he was just constantly saying like, "Yeah, you're really in a rush to go home and break your collarbone." You know, so he had no confidence at all in me. But
well, JQ, to be honest, you don't have the best record with not hurting yourself while doing this type of stuff.
Oh, it's
you also are the type of person that trips over his own feet. So, you know.
Well, I'm working on that.
Well, that's I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. And when is your next race? I guess.
Actually, this coming Saturday.
Oh, okay. So we're good. So, we're going in deep.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's good. All right. Well, I'm glad you didn't hurt yourself and you enjoyed yourself. Please don't go hurt yourself this time, because you know burns take a little bit longer to heal when you're 42.
Yeah. Safety is my priority.
Good. As for me, obviously I kind of have been on the road now for about 2.5 weeks. I was supposed to go home last Sunday, I think it was, not this Sunday, but this previous Sunday. But we decided to stay because we had this grand opening of the RC Raceway. So I went to North Georgia Shootout, which was in Tiger, Georgia, which was great. Didn't have didn't have as many entrants as it did last year. And I think any of the pro guys came because obviously they were geared up for SilverState, and we had the Raw National Dirt Nationals at Beach RC the weekend prior to that. So that caused it to not have as many entrants, but it was a nice, comfortable race. We went up there, we did that, then we came back down, and we went down to the first time ever to the iconic Coral Springs RC race. We went and did some 10-scale outdoor racing. Man, it was warm down there, but it was nice. It's that beautiful red clay dirt. This track's been there for like 30-something years. You wouldn't even think there's a track there the way it's all stashed off down there in Coral Springs, just shy of Fort Lauderdale. Little did we realize that the Formula One race was going on at the same time. That was why all the hotels were expensive. We weren't too far away from the Formula One race, which isn't in Miami, by the way. It's in between Fort Lauderdale and Miami, but they just call it that. And I really enjoyed that. That was fun. I got to, first time really seeing 10-scale outdoor type racing. That was great. Then we went to I decided to stay. So I'm actually staying to the end of the month. And it actually ended up being probably the right decision in the long run, because we went to the SORC Raceway, which is not too far away from here. It's in Wesley Chapel, Florida. So I sent you the walkabout that I did there with Elite RC Productions. If you guys want to check that, I'll leave a link for that in the written description of the podcast. But this is a huge hobbyton that opened. Now, the people used to have a smaller location. Then they moved into an old bed and bath that got discontinued, and it is huge. I sent you the video of it. It's a big, huge hobby shop. They're still kind of getting stock in there. That's how big it is. But they have a dirt sealed track in there as well in the back, which is done by Dean from All Out Dean Lloyd. So this was like their grand opening. The track hasn't been fully completed, but man, we went down there last Thursday to set up. Friday was practice, so I got a chance to do some racing. A big shout out. I drove my buddy Raymond. I drove one of the new Mugans. I liked it. So my buddy Raymond Goginski let me drive his Mugen. I did that. I drove a mini truggy for the first time, my buddy Mike Ike's truggy. And then the most fun I had was actually driving my good friend, Mr. Tom Sherman, his X-Ray short course truck. It was a lot of fun. Then Mr. Steve Downey, who's an older gentleman who's recently got into RC, and I've met him last year. Very nice man. And his son just got into racing. He let me race his 13.5 stadium truck. So I raced that the following day, and I had a black man. That place was packed. It was a line almost going out the door for people to get in. There was over 150 entries, over 100 people. The whole day, there were just a steady stream of people just coming into the hobby shop, buying stuff, looking through the windows, looking at the racing, coming out, watching the racing. There was people that used to race coming out. It was packed all day long. It was a good day of RC. It was good to see the hobby shop making money off the racers, of new people just buying stuff. Like people literally went and bought like ready to run associated short course trucks and then raced them. Like,
did you say they also had an outdoor track?
No, they do not have it. This isn't. Yeah, this is like a in a very upper class neighborhood. It's like it's got a big supermarket next to it. It's got like a Ross. It's like a little strip mall, but not. Sorry, it's a big strip mall, and it's not like in the middle of nowhere. In fact, they have a pond. And I saw an alligator there swimming, and he's now named Albert. It's a pond near there, and I did see an alligator. I did, and I named him Albert. But it was a great weekend of RC. It was a great grand opening. They still have to finish off the track. Like they're gonna, I think they need to put like a cement block wall up around it to hold in the dirt. They need to raise the driver's stand a few feet. And just rock on the seal. Kenny Setzer, Lee Setzer's brother, he also works there, so he was also a big part of maintaining the track. Ryan Styles Harris was there, dude. Does he have your book, dude? That guy was fast this weekend. Like,
I actually don't know. I can't remember,
dude.
I don't think flying. He has the new one at least.
Well, he got back into off-road like this year, late last year. But now he's also big geeking out into oval, so he's doing a lot of oval racing. But he came out to race some 10 scale, and he was flying. His 17.5 and 13.5 cars were fast. And then it's cool to see him, hang out with him. We guys all went out to dinner the last night. It was a good weekend. Oh, by the way, this place is air conditioned too, so that makes it great. But it was a good weekend of RC for that. We're supposed to have the Florida RC Championships this weekend in Tallahassee, but it's absolutely getting pelted with rain, so I don't think that's going to happen. I might go to P1 offshore, like real big powerboat offshore racing that's happening in Cocoa Beach, not too far from here. And actually, an ex-RC guy, JJ Turk, actually races in this. And they have a Bermudian team as well. So I'm hoping that I might go to that. The paddle shows are working on that. I might do that if we're not racing, or I might go somewhere else to whoever's racing and go check out some racing. But it's like the whole Southeast is getting pelted with a bunch of rain this weekend. And then I have a weekend off where actually Danny and I are thinking of going on to the Armageddon at the Cletus McFarlane compound at the Freedom Factory. I don't know who Cletus McFarlane is, but it's like a big YouTube celebrity drag racer, like Goofy. He does all these goofy skits and all this type of stuff. Huge YouTube guy. And he's kind of linked up with Horizon, and they're having like an Armageddon there, where you have to have an armor car. So we might go there just to do some bashing content next weekend, and then we have the 5th round of the Florida RC Championship 10 scale race, which is at Beachline, which will be carpet at the end of the month, and then I go home. So the reason I said that it actually worked out better for me is that this whole week, we had a lot of rain in the DR, and my house has actually been flooded. My house got flooded last week, Sunday. When I mean flooded, it wasn't like 3 feet of water in the house, but the yard basically got flooded, and the water came in the house. We had about 4 inches of water in my whole house. It happened at night. My wife and kids have been up her parents' house for the whole week because it kept constantly raining. I was talking, she's like, it's a good thing you weren't here because you wouldn't have had no place to stay, because I would have been living in the office. But that should be all straightened out by today. It was unfortunate. We're actually going to be looking for a new house to move into because we can't have this happen every time it rains like this. My landlord did something stupid, and now we're paying the penalties for it. So going to be looking for a new house. But that's that's real life problems that I got to deal with when I get home, and I'll deal with that when I get home. But it's been a good week 3 weeks so far. A big shout out to Lance for all his hospitality and his wife Stephanie. And we've also been busy building out this broadcast trailer as well, where I'm sitting in right now. So I'm actually in our new broadcast trailer. It's not completely finished. Behind me will be a green screen. We'll have some more lights and all that stuff. But this is where I'm calling races from now on. All right, JQ. So enough about what's going on with us. We got some things to talk about, and we got a lot of things to talk about because we have the Philippine Masters that you went to, and we had the SilverState. So before we go on any further, I'd like to talk about the Dakota Slideways big money race that's coming up in July. Here's their promo video. If you guys are in the South Dakota area, they are doing a big payout there. They will have Sean Van Dalen running the actual program, and they are paying out some big money to people who come up there and race. It is happening. Check out the promo video right here. That's right. The Dakota Slideways Midwest Nationals happening July 12th to 14th. If you guys want to get any more information about that, you can go visit their Facebook page, shoot them a message, and check them out if you're interested in going up there and racing with them and winning some moolah. All right, JQ. So we do have a little bit of news, and that is brought to you by Hitec Rc. Hitec Rc is producing some of the best chargers and servos in the business. I just see they just dropped some new swag. I know a bunch of the Hitec guys are at the Knoll in the fall. The Joe Knoll this past weekend. If you guys don't know anything about Joe Knoll, it's actually the biggest fly-in event in the world. And I wish I want to go to that. I have stopped to it when they started it. So good luck to all the Hitec guys there. I hope they have a fun. And remember, if you want to buy anything Hitec, links for that are in the written description of this podcast. All right, JQ. So we do have a few news things to talk about at this moment. So I don't know if you saw this because you're not on Facebook anymore, JQ, but did you see Cole Ogden's departure post from HB while he was at SilverState? Did you have a chance to talk to Cole Ogden anytime when you was there? JQ? Hello?
I was muted. Yeah, yes. I didn't see the post, but I spoke to him. He was pitting on the other side of the walkway there. Like I was opposite the TZO tents, and he was pitting in there. But I haven't seen any post.
All right. Well, I'm looking for the post now. I will talk about it. What did you talk to him? What is he? He's running the Mugen now. Did you get any insight on what he's doing now, or what's going on with him?
He was talking about retiring, doing a real job.
I heard that too.
But I mean, the first time he said that was at Neo Race at Harper Adams, and I think he was. Was he even TLR still? No,
he probably was. He was still TLR at some point at Harper Adams. Then he was Mugen there.
Maybe, yeah. But so it's a very long time ago when he spoke about retiring for the first time. So I don't know. Maybe he will quit. Maybe he'll take a break for a year or two. maybe he'll continue. I don't know.
Oh man, well he went in hard on HB Absolute Hobbies and Chad Phillips, it seems like. So I mean, like he went, oh, here's the post. I got it.
I guess they owe him money.
Yeah, so he goes, Truggy Day is a wrap. Being here at SilverState is always fun. Making it especially fun this time, as I'm not sure if I'll make it back here the next time around. Thankfully for good people and great times. Nature Buggy tomorrow. P.S. Don't put your trust in certain people. They'll really burn you. And then he goes, hashtag HB Meltdown, hashtag Mugen Mafia, hashtag Fun Racing, hashtag FHB, hashtag FAH, and hashtag FCP, hashtag Shady Shit.
What are those hashtags?
Well, I don't know if our lawyers are going to allow us to say what they mean, but I mean, if you can put it 2 and 2 together, and you can figure that out. Hold on, let me see if I can get him on screen here for you. But he went in hard. He went in very hard. I guess the talk is
going in hard is good.
He went hard. He went bombs away. But I mean, at the same time, when you say things like this, you gotta not being a C-man at SilverState, you know. So I think it all stems from him being owed some money. Now I don't know the full story on this, but I do know that we've seen this happen with the HB people. I mean, this is one of the reasons we saw a little bump. And here we go. If you want to check it out, JQ.
I mean, see you then.
So yeah, it goes HB Meltdown, hashtag FHB, which I'm sure is Hot Bodies or HB Racing. AH is, I'm assuming, Absolute Hobbies, and CP is Chad Phillips, I would assume. Can you see it?
Yeah.
So he went. That is definitely a way to depart a team and burn some bridges, for sure. I mean, I thought you can burn bridges, but that was exceptional.
Well, I don't know. I would have said it straight out, probably.
What do you think about Cole Ogden? Do you think I always will say this about Cole Ogden. Very talented very talented. We know he can win. I know he can win, but I think the partying too much at races has cost him a big time. Her lately anyway.
Yes. I mean, he could do a lot better than he does, result-wise, I would say. You know, he had the short moment there when he was with HB, and it was Ronnefalk and him. That was the year we did RCGP.
He was so fast.
We had the team together. And he came to Europe and spent a few weeks with David somewhere in Europe. They were practicing Spain, and then there was some HB day or race or something. Then there was the RCGP series. That year, he got really fast. If he had continued that, he would be, you know, a Fender, Mayfield, one of these guys, right? I truly believe so. Like, if that's what he would have wanted, but he didn't. So he isn't. Well, I think basically, like, he has the skill set and the talent to be one of those guys. I'm sure of it, but he just doesn't want to do that enough. You know, he prefers to not practice, not test, not focus on the race, but, you know, have fun. That's fine. It's just how it is. Reality.
I think he does practice and does drive a lot, but I think when you're not getting paid, you kind of lose that urge to do it too, which would, and you know, I guess his persona is the party guy, the wild child of RC.
Yeah, but money has nothing to do with it. That's not why he doesn't do it, you know.
Yeah, well, I've always felt that he was, when he was with David and Adrian and those guys, he was much more focused at times. You know what I mean? And he just seems to have lost that, you know. And when you have that person of the party guy, and you're with guys that like the party, you're gonna get caught up in that. And I think that definitely. I mean, there's a time to party and there's a time to get serious. I think he's extremely talented. I do not want to see him leave RC, but I also understand at the same time You want to make steady money. You want to do that. I did hear that like HB earned him a good bit of money. He did get paid some money at the end of the year, but I guess things didn't work out for the beginning of this year and he wasn't getting paid. And I have, hey, when you ain't getting paid, you're definitely going to turn into a disgruntled employee and things like this will happen. But at the same time, I kind of want him to see him do well. And when you see me in at SilverState, and then a new guy, David Olson, who just came on the platform of HB, is making mains, it's kind of hard to argue at that point. But I don't know what's going to happen with Cole Ogden. Maybe retirement is in the works for him, maybe getting a real job. And we'll see what happens after that. But definitely bombs were thrown. And it was made for a lot of talk. All right, JQ, the other big thing, I know you're super pumped about this, right? So I'm going to bring this up. I know you're super excited about this, was that Infinity car has finally gone up for pre-sale here in the world. Let's bring that up. So guess what you get if you pre-order the Infinity car right now?
Wing buttons.
Wing buttons, dude. Wing buttons, dude. You get wing buttons.
Which are stock on many cars.
All right. So I heard that RC1 is going to be the distributor of this car here in America, which they're not based on in South Florida. They've distributed stuff like the IGT8, I believe. And I recently believe they were like the S-Works distributor as well. I'm not sure if they still do that. Man, I have to say, hey, pay attention, boy. Hey, pay attention.
Sorry, I didn't mute myself.
I'm gonna have to. I'm talking to you, so you pay attention. What are your thoughts on this new, the long-awaited 1/8 scale GP car? They've had a long time building this car, developing this car, and the comments are pretty savage, talking about it's back to the chrono era and all that type of stuff with the front end of it. They do have some stuff like quick access diffs and all that there. I know you've talked about this previously when you saw it at Montpellier. Do your thoughts change anymore on the IFB8 1/8 scale buggy from Infinity?
Well, no, not really. With their resources, they should have made something really cool.
All right.
And modern, new, different, yeah.
Let's talk about this front end real quick, which is right here. We haven't seen a front end like this for quite some time. What type of front end is this, JQ? Tell us a little bit of the advantages of this, disadvantages of this, and from your
ball. It works just the same as any other pillow ball like that. It's just that it's the other way around. The balls are on the knuckle instead of the arms. But I mean, yeah, geometry-wise, it's probably very close to current pivot balls. I know the chrono was different. If they did that geometry, then the axle height is very high. I don't know if they did. I haven't checked. So that might be.
Dude, it looks right.
I don't like this because of the how you need to thread lock the kingpins or those balls into the knuckle.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be something that I would always be sort of scared of. And then how, if you want to adjust axle height, then you have to undo those. And I'm not a fan of it because of that. But I mean, there's no reason why this can't be just as strong as any other design. It just looks
okay,
sort of more
more fragile.
Looks fragile and looks light or somehow, but I don't know. I don't see why this would be sort of significantly weaker than the other cars in the market and a problem area. I don't think it is.
With the influx and so many chassis on the market now, what type of effect do you think? I mean, I remember when everybody was talking about Infinity coming to America, how they're going to sign all the big drivers and this price, they were going to have some big distribution with this and whatnot like that. Not the same effect. I don't think it's the same effect as they had on ONROAD as they're going to have in off-road. So many different chassis in off-road, and the competition level is a lot higher in off-road, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's strange in a way because they obviously had a massive budget coming in. Everyone knows that. They Kenji, the owner, has money from other business ventures and just putting it into RC because it's his passion, hobby, what he enjoys, and that's great. But the interesting part is that they came in, the branding was really good. They signed a ton of drivers. It was like the brand suddenly. Like Infiniti is the coolest thing and has all the best drivers and they're winning everything, right? But then the cars themselves are kind of not at the sort of forefront of development or the best cars. Maybe in Nitro on-road. I don't know how the 8-scale on-road car is, 10-scale on-road car is. They are probably the best cars. But then the 10-scale electric touring car is sort of old technology in a sense still.
Mm-hmm.
And now this 8-scale Nitro Buggy is also old technology, quote unquote. If you look at it, it compares better to cars from sort of 10, 15 years ago than today, in my opinion. Just
okay. Do they have electric 10-scale cars at all?
They have electric touring car 10-scale, but
you don't see many guys driving that or doing well with that in the 10-scale touring car scene at all. One 8-scale,
I don't know. I haven't followed, but I mean, they had a whole bunch of on-road guys there, so I'm sure they've had customers too, not just team drivers. But in off-road, they had Carl McBride for a while, Lee Martin.
Mm-hmm.
Now they have Ricardo Berton. He's the only guy, I think,
who did win Montpellier, by the way.
Yes. So I mean, the car is capable. It's not a bad car. I'm just saying that. Understanding their situation, I was assuming and thinking and hoping for something more in a sense. Just not like a very sort of basic thing that we've already seen. But if that makes sense,
I mean, I think most people were talking about the wing nuts, the wing bolt, the wing aluminum wing washers. That's kind of been a running joke for people. We'll see how it does, but an already flooded market. And if I recall properly from RC1, they barely promoted the S-Works when they had it. So I don't see much happening. If RC1 I see it up for sale on their website. So,
what's that retail?
Oh, let's bring it up. Let me find it. I think it's expensive. Let's see. RC1. There we go. Infiniti cars. So they do Infiniti, X-Ray, everything. Well, they're also a big on-road guy. So oh, they don't have a price, so they just have like it says $250, but oh no. What? I guess that's the pre-order price. Pre-order at $250, but it says $849. No. Retail price $1,099. But it's very weird.
Surely that's that sort of fake high retail that everyone in America.
No, not MSRP. I'll show it to you right now. It says $250, but I'm a little bit confused here. So here it is. IFB8 1/8 scale buggy racing chassis kit, new 2024.
$849. There you go.
Yeah, but it says you save $849. Your price $250.
Because that's the scam that all Americans do. It's the dumbest thing in the world. Oh no, sorry. I was looking at. I thought $1,099 is like what they advertise, and then $849. I see. No, that's what I don't know what's going on there.
Exactly, it looks weird.
I don't know.
It says your price $250. You save $849. Availability pre-order now. Hold on, here we go.
Pre-order that's a deposit,
Right, a $250 deposit. Reserve yours for a $250 deposit, and when we get it, we'll send you an invoice for the balance. If you decide not to get it, we'll refund you your $250. Real retail price is not available, and our price is only an estimate.
So they don't even have a price yet?
No, apparently not. I don't know. I expect more. All right. Enough about that. Let's move on to some other things that have happening in RC news before we get into the nitty gritty of everything. That is. Hold on for a second. Let's see. We have. Oh, Hampus Berg officially to FX engines for X-Ray. This is starting to look.
Share it.
Let's find it. Hampus Berg. Now we saw this. We kind of predicted that this was going to happen. So those who don't know who Hampus is the protege of David Ronnefalk. He's Swedish young racer, very nice young man. I would call him a kid, but he is almost 20 something now. And when Ronnefalk went to X-Ray, he kind of was the guy who went to X-Ray first, and we knew that Ronnefalk was going to go to X-Ray after him. But now he's going to FX Engines, which is the house brand for X-Ray, their engines. If you see, most of their drivers do run the FX engines. So, yeah, interesting stuff going on here at JQ. Where Hampus
so
goes.
Now we know what's going to happen, and so it all makes sense. Ronnefalk joined X-Ray. X-Ray pressured him to leave Matrix, which he did. They also want him to run FX. We've seen that this year he left Corsatec Electronics and is running a new brand, Coyote, I think it is. Coyote with an A.
Yeah.
Coyote. And so that's a new electronics brand only. So now he's only Corsatec Nitro, which opens the door for leaving Corsatec and joining FX, which is going to happen. There, stamp it. So I don't know if it's going to happen before or after the Euros or Worlds, but it's going to happen during this year. How much you want to bet?
I'm not a betting man, but I wouldn't bet on this because it's kind of it looks inevitable to me. And you know how X-Ray is, you kind of do what they say, right? So it will not be surprised at this. I guess that brings up what's going on with Corsatec as well. I think maybe Adrian's more focused with Matrix right now.
I don't know if his. I think Corsatec is his main thing. Robert's still running it.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, also Adrian and Ronnefalk have been, mentor and what's the word I'm looking for? Protege for quite a long time. We know that Adrian's been in this corner for quite a long time with Ronnefalk. Are we gonna see this partnership kind of break up some now with him going to FX engines, or is it just business?
I think that if he goes to FX, then that relationship is done.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that at the moment. Gonna be interesting to see. How it all pans out. All right, JQ, that's enough news for today. We are gonna go on to some of the actual past races this past weekend, and that's actually brought to you by Corsatec USA. If you want to get all your Corsatec products in America, you can go check them out. We have in the written description of this podcast, we have a link for Corsatec USA. They have all the chargers, all the electronics, all the nitro engines and pipe combinations. Go check them out. If you are interested in getting Corsatec products as well, you can do that with the written description in the link with the written description on this podcast. And racing over the weekends that we kind of missed. Rivkin is your 10-scale darts national champion and two-wheel drive champion. I heard he got a little bit upset that I hadn't talked about this on the podcast yet. But to my defense, I haven't done a podcast since the Dart Nationals happened at Beach RC a few weeks ago. Can you confirm that? Because I heard he was talking to you about that.
Yeah, he was not happy that you've been avoiding him in a sense. He does well at races, and then you don't talk about that race.
Right, TNR race, I think was one of them.
Then you talk about other races, but then when he does well, he doesn't get talked about.
Well, I don't think we did in my defense, I was on the road both times for that. So the TNR race where he won, I believe he won it. We were kind of on the road. I didn't talk about it till later. We probably mentioned it. And I have not talked about the Dart Nationals because it happened while I was actually on the road or leave from the DR to come here. So I haven't recorded a podcast since then. So I couldn't talk about it. But congratulations to Spencer Rivkin. If you want, you could come on the podcast and we'll talk about it. I know he said he's not going to come on the podcast if he was asked. So I'm asking him, come on the podcast. We'll talk about your dart wins. But congratulations to him. He actually was doing really well at SilverState too, till he broke the shock mount. So
I think he was second.
Yes, second. He was doing very well, very well. All right. And what else? We saw Boots won. So, the podium for this week's Nationals in England. Boots, Craig, and Aslop. That's pretty epic.
Also.
Like, Aslop or Sloppy. That's
all
like
slop.
All slop. All right, Sloppy they call him.
All
jackass. All slop. You sloppy. All slop.
Say slowly.
All slop.
There we go.
All slop. That's like veteran. Like Boots is like he's like the guy now. Neil Craig is like that veteran, and then Sloppy is, or they call him Sloppy. That's why I call him All Slop. He's like the uber veteran. That's a pretty interesting podium right there, if you ask me. So Boots still on fire, but Johnny Skidmore I think was TQ there. So I don't know. I haven't read anywhere.
He skidded too much in the main.
Oh Lord,
I
knew he was going to say something. I know he was going to say. Figueiredo wins Portuguese Nationals. E-Buggy this past weekend. That's another racer who's been really good. He was good at SilverState too. Very good at SilverState. Figueiredo bumped in from the B,
didn't he?
Yeah, bumped from the B and finished 6th.
Okay, that's
pretty good. Pretty good if you ask me. All right. I don't really have any more races. I believe. Well, we'll check it out. I don't really have any more. 7th. Sorry, finished 7th. So I was one place.
That's beating with a flame out. So not about very good.
We're gonna talk about lots of flame outs, sir. I heard the other reason why he's flaming out. Look at you. You went all quiet when I said that. All right. So we are gonna get into our main interview.
My internet
blame it on the
because I tried to load a website. Live RC can't do the two things at once.
Europe so far advanced and has all this great stuff and so much better than everybody, but apparently not where you live. You can't even get proper internet. It's only been like 5 years.
I'm in the middle of a fucking field.
And your point is, I thought Europe was so far advanced. No shit.
Yeah, it is.
No shit. Mm-hmm. What type of beer are you drinking right now?
A strong one, so I can put up with you. Sanders 5.3. Not that strong. Pints.
How many? What's the percent?
Down this.
Well, it's 10 a.m. and you're only 45 minutes late this morning. I'm having an Arizona green
5
tea.
p.m. here.
Well, we gotta move on because we gotta talk about what we gotta talk about. And we are going to talk about the Philippine Masters and the SilverState. We're not going to spend too much time on the Philippine Masters. And that is brought to you by Techno RC.
Techno RC. Techno RC. Techno RC is a championship-winning manufacturer of high-performance A-scale, 10-scale, nitro, and electric RC buggies and trucks. With a worldwide dealer network, USA and Europe-based headquarters, comprehensive warranty program, and global race support, Techno RC is excellence in RC. View the full lineup of Techno RC race-proven vehicles by visiting www.technorc.com.
Thank you, Techno RC, for all the continued support. Winners of Truggy. Best Truggy in the business. That was a post I made on Facebook the other day. Man.
Not for long. Not for long.
Man, that
Mayako is coming.
What are you now, a Truggy specialist? Should have had a Mayako Truggy at SilverState.
We'll have a Mayako.
You dummy. But best truck on the market, in my opinion. And that caused quite a stir. Congratulations to them. The Truggy and E-Truggy are awesome. Oh boy, what does JQ have her? So let's bring this up.
Just talk. Don't worry about it.
Will you shush your mouth and stop telling me what to do? Try to show off because Pekka is there. I'll get Pekka. I'll give Pekka the people. And next thing you know, all I have to do is give Pekka the signal, and you'll be boxed up in a box somewhere. Because you can't beat Pekka. They already proved that. Pushed you in the bushes and all that stuff. Does violence to you. All right. So anyway, Jake, you in your travels, you got to go to a race that I really want to go to. We had the Asian Buggy Championships a few weeks ago. You traveled over to the Philippines. I was shocked that you was even going. I found out you was going like a few days before you went. Augie told me you was coming. Obviously not you.
It was a bit last minute. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
Yeah, it was good. So we have had a good following with JQ back in the day, and now with Mayako in the Philippines. And I mean, I practically lived there for a year. So, of course, I have a few enemies over there, but I think we're all good now. We smoothed it over.
That's good.
Yes. So I was invited to go over there. They did want me to race, but I was in no shape or condition to race. Had no cars, nothing prepared. So I said, look, I'll go. I will support all the drivers just as a mechanic. And that's what I did. So I went over, had my setup station and all that stuff, tools, worked with whoever needed help or asked for help and offered help to a few. Yeah, that's what I did. It was fun, actually.
Yeah, we had Ongaro, we had lots, Pavidis, Bernard Zach went. Hara was there too.
Yes.
So it was Hara's like, he looked fast at one point. He was doing pretty good. Like
Hara was really fast. He was surprising. Like he was legitimately qualifying in the top 3 and like on the pace. Ongaro was faster than everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I would say Bernard Zach was faster than Hara, but made mistakes. And then Hara was solid. He was like him and Lutz and Vidis, and there was someone else still. Yeah, Neumann, all these guys. Like he was in the mix.
Was there.
I was really surprised to see that because he said the last time he raced a 60-minute main was RCGP in Italy, and he DNF'd. So he didn't remember when he actually raced the 60-minute main and finished. And the last 8-scale race he did was also, was it the same one? Or did he do something after that? Like he really hasn't been actively racing. So he finished building the car there at the race, like put his engine in, servos in on the practice day.
Really?
And then, and then did the practice. And then, oh my God, that's like, that takes, to be able to do that, of course, you have to have a background in practicing and racing and skill and that, but that takes talent, to take a long break and then just show up and do well. Yeah. You need talent for that.
Yeah. I think the big surprise here was no Kyle McBride. I was for sure he was going to go to this race after going to the first round.
Do you know what happened? Because he was supposed to be there.
I heard some family issues or something. Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. He just signed with Kyosho, who's supposed to be there.
Yeah. I was very shocked that he wasn't. Another young man that's been doing quite well in RC in Asia is Mr. Walt Hunter. His what's his name? Let me bring him up here. Christian Walt Hunter. So, yeah, he's been doing pretty good in Australia and traveling as well. His dad used to live here in the southeast back in the day. He said like Patrick Rossiter knows him. So good to see. I think that the coverage that these guys do, the RC media guys over there in Australia, they do a very good job of covering it. They have they do the interviews, they do the obviously the race. I know Scott is involved, so he's doing like the RD work as well as the commentary. So it's just RD plus commentary. They have written reports done by the podcast guy, Action RC, I believe his name is as well. So I think they're doing a very good job of covering this race.
I have to actually give them props because maybe write this down in your notebook. I'm saying something positive. So
very good.
It's a series. They go to multiple countries. They have live streaming coverage. They have interviews and walkabouts and sort of getting an idea of the people attending and all that shit. They do videos like that. Written coverage, as you said. They invite top drivers from around the world. The races have a lot of track time. I think we started at 9 and we were done by 5 or 6. Okay. But in that time, There was plenty of track time. Everyone had a fun time. It was sort of a relaxed, fun atmosphere. And it's about, the races are about the racing and the racers, right? Food, drinks, nice pits, places to watch. The mood, the ambience, everything about the race is positive and fun, right? That's a good thing. They prepare the track well. There's in Asia, you know, they have paid marshals. So it's a really good time. And we'll get to it later. Like, let's keep the negativity to the rant portion of this podcast. But just keep this kind of race in mind and this sort of idea for when I talk about these big international races where people travel, where all the top guys get together to race each other. This is the kind of idea, right? Sensible days, so you can leave at a decent time. You can hang out, meet people, talk to people, socialize. They had a banquet, so a party on, I can't remember which night it was, maybe Friday night.
Friday night.
And pretty much everyone was there. You know, it was a good time. So these kind of things is what we need more of, especially at these big races where the top guys attend. And it's a shame that we don't have more of it. I mean, this race had a few of the stars, you know, but imagine if instead of Ongaro, Hara, Neumann, Lutz, Bernard Seck, if we also had Mayfield, Fend, Rivkin, Ronnefalk, you know, Okanas, all these guys, Boots, all those guys. Can you imagine what the level of event it would be?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be it would be awesome.
They already have like the live coverage, the videos, the pictures, written reports, the banquets, the sort of relaxed fun days and time in the evening to socialize and all of that stuff. They have that. Now add all the best drivers, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would be the most epic event ever. That's the goal. That should be the goal, you know? And it would be something where when the brands show up, when it's done right, they just show up and race and they get the benefit of the coverage because of all the pictures and videos and interviews and all that stuff that the organizer is doing, you know? Reminds me of something that happened in the past, basically, but this is the idea. Like, this is what it should be.
So I really want to go to this race next year. I've wanted to go to the Philippines for many, many years. Is that that's Angaro's old man pitting Hara. It looked great. Yeah. I like what the Asian Buggy Championship is doing. It's well organized. I would love to go to any of these rounds. I know the first round was in New Zealand, but Philippines is definitely somewhere I want to go. I have a question though, because in the past this track was molasses. Now it's oil. Did you get a chance to drive on it at all?
No, I didn't get a chance to drive on it, but let me see now. I think that the grip was more consistent than in years past, and there was less dust. So the track held up better. The grip was more consistent. It didn't change as much during the event. It didn't get slick at any point.
That's when Ongaro flamed out. By the way, this is RC Race Media. You can I'll leave the link for this on the written description of this podcast. And this is just the 60-minute highlights. We saw Ongaro just flame out. Look at Morrow, he's scrambling. Well, that's good because we've heard Zach Ryan preach about the oil, and they finally did it. It looks good. By the way, this is like old cooking oil that they use on the track.
No, it's new. Edward C.
Oh, it's new cooking oil.
His company they deal with oil, cooking oil and all that stuff. So because of that, they actually use new oil.
Okay, all right. So it looks great. Like you said, the traction seems to be good, and of course, it also helps with weather when it rains and all that type of stuff. That's probably one of the reasons why they do it. It was very popular over in the UK. Looks great. Hope I can be there next year. And yeah, I'm glad you went over there and had some fun. You was pitting Lutz.
Yeah, I really didn't want to go. That's why it was kind of last minute, but I'm glad I did in the end. It was actually fun. And yeah, I pitted for Lutz.
There you
And
go. We just
also
saw you
helped
pitting him.
all the Mayako guys. So
Okay.
we
Very good,
got
JQ.
one guy in the A main.
Who was that one
So it was
guy you got in
nice.
the A final?
Oh my god.
You can't remember his
Put me on
name,
the
can
spot
you?
No. Jomil something.
Jomil de la Cruz.
Yeah,
Jomil de la Cruz. So it was defeated Hungary Ryan Pavitas, who finished second. Atsushi Hara, Jordan Newman, Christian Walholter, Alex Bernardzak, Ryan Lutz, Dino Jacinto,
Jomil.
Zach Ryan, Jaden Jameson.
With that Ty Tessman paint job.
By the way, if speaking of Ty Tessman, if you want to check out that interview, that was our last podcast, episode 282. You have a picture here. What do you want to share? Was this a...
Oh no, it was just I figured you wouldn't have anything to show. So
there you go. Underestimating me once again.
I had this.
I mean, we talk about this constantly on her about how these Asian tracks are so different from the rest of the world. And here's a great example. This track reminds me of the Cinetic track. Like not the actual, like the Cinetic track was like a little bit more extreme, but the color of the ground, the same really dark black type of surface, and it looks great, man. I want to go badly next year. That's one of my places I want to go.
Here's an overview of the facility. So it's a really nice location. Actually, there was some talk of them maybe wanting to host the Worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And I would definitely say yes, if IFMAR or any organizing block has any sense, then when the Worlds are in Asia, they will be here. Okay?
Yeah.
The location is good. It's within an hour of the airport. There's hotels like just outside of this sort of island here, which has RC track, football field, and this is like a mountain bike pump track or whatever, for mountain bikes. And then here's shopping and restaurants and stuff. There's Airbnbs in these buildings, but then right outside of here, there's an area called Eastwood, which has all kinds of restaurants and bars and sort of like a chill out area kind of place and shopping mall and everything. And I just always get an Airbnb there. It's really easy. But then across the street, there's the host hotel where they host races.
Where was the oil track on this map? Because they did move it.
Can you see the mouse?
Yes.
Yeah. So the old track was here, right there.
Oh, okay.
Before the track was here, and then there was some building in the back, but they've tore it all down. And it was because they were supposed to build something here. I don't know exactly what, maybe more apartments, but it hasn't moved forward. So it's still.
Okay.
It's still
well, that's good. It's beautiful, man. And 2030, I would definitely be a proponent of. It's the best facility, one of the best facilities.
Definitely, yeah. So I really hope that when the Worlds are in Asia, they get it and they host it here. That will be an epic race.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what CEO and those guys are going for. And hey, guys, if you, I really want to get to this race next year. If you need a commentator, interview, and somebody to help out, I'm your guy. I think it's great. I love this series. There's Ryan Lutz. Has he been here before? Has he been to the Philippine Masters before?
No, I
don't think so.
No,
that's all right. Lutz is a good dude doing Lutz things. All right. Great. I'm glad you went. I'm glad you had fun, and I'm glad you're a big proponent of this having a Worlds. I think it should have a Worlds as well. All right, JQ. So Philippine Masters was great. You had a good time. Tell it, how was it? This was your first time pitting for Lutz?
Yeah. So we had obviously done live videos before. That's kind of how it started. I invited him on for Invisible Speed live videos last year. And then he was really good and people liked him on there. So then I asked, hey, what if we would work together on Invisible Speed, that you would be on more of the meetings and you could sell the book and the course, you have your web shop and stuff. And he agreed. So then this just came up because he was going to Philippine Masters and I was thinking about going. And then this in my mind was like, okay, this could be another reason to go. I was trying to find reasons
not to go,
motivate myself to go, because I really didn't want to go anywhere, just stay home.
Right.
So then this was one reason. I was like, okay, well, I could actually pit for you and we could work on setup, and that sounded interesting and fun for me. So then, I did that. I think he ran quite a different setup than he would have run if I had not been there, which he seemed to be comfortable with. I think the biggest changes we did was long links. He wouldn't have done that, I don't think. And also sort of lowering that roll center so much in the front, keeping it normal in the rear. I don't think he would have done that. Definitely not bump steer. We shimmed up the Ackerman plate to remove bump steer, because he had the problem of exiting corners. The car would want to turn more. So when you reduce the bump steer, it helps to eliminate that problem. So those kind of things, like I would watch the car and also ask him his thoughts and what he wanted to change, and then think of a thing that he could change. That's kind of what we did. He had the issue that he didn't have the right compound, because it turns out that everyone was running clay compound and he only had one set. So that was a problem. But he did really well regardless. He was, I think, E-Buggy, he made some mistakes. He could have been second there. I can't remember where he finished, maybe fourth. And then Nitro, I believe he would have definitely been leading the race and Ongaro catching him. Probably Ongaro would have caught him and won. We will never know, but I would assume so. So he would have been second in Nitro also, but he ran out of fuel.
Okay.
That was bad.
Yeah, I would say
so. That sucks as a mechanic, I can tell you that. I was nervous because his runtime wasn't that great. We knew it was a bit of a risk. I should have made the decision to bring him in, but we sort of stuck with the plan. But his engine was a bit rich. I asked him, I said, your engine's rich, should we bring you in early? But he wanted to stay out, and I let him stay out. So we didn't stretch the fuel stop or anything like that. He ran out right as he was going to come in, just before the loop, on his normal sort of schedule. So
were you two staying together? Were you hanging out together afterwards? I mean, as Danny Paz says, this is like the angel and the devil together. That's what he said to me this weekend.
Yeah. No, we weren't. He was staying in that hotel.
Okay.
So he rode the bus that they organize every morning and evening, and I was staying at the Airbnb.
All right. Well, it sounds like you had a good time.
Buggy.
I'm glad you went. I want to go next year. That's definitely my plan.
I think I would like to go, but I would race also.
I think you should race.
Nitro.
I think you should race. Stop that noise, whatever you're doing. It's very irritating, just like you.
Okay.
You're the worst human being I've ever met.
I'll take that.
All right. So now we go from this beautiful outdoor track that's been perfectly groomed and no dust and all that stuff. And I was surprised when you was going to this race, because you swore on you wasn't going to any more Joey races. But Degani, he pressured you and pressured you. So up next, we're going to talk about the SilverState Recap, which is brought to you by Sidewinder Fuels. Morgan Fuel has been collaborating with many of the world's top drivers for over 40 years. This has enabled us to test our fuels in many of the most challenging situations and take the development of competition fuels to the next level. The result is Sidewinder, the market's most powerful racing fuel. This fuel is track tested and proven by national world champions such as Ryan Cavallari, Ryan Mayfield, Greg Degani, Mark Pavitas, and currently their top driver is Little Bump, and many more. These drivers appreciate that Sidewinder is blended perfectly for high performance needs of competitive racing. Don't let victory slip through your fingers. Purchase Sidewinder today. If you guys want to get you some Sidewinder, hit me up. I'll put you in contact to get some. Thank you, Sidewinder, for all their support. JQ, did you run Sidewinder this past weekend? Did you run Sidewinder at SilverState? I believe so.
I did.
Degani and his excellent social media posts. You know, he's all about Facebook. All right. So up next was the 2024 SilverState race held at the South Point Hotel. I've been to this race now 2 times. JQ, your first time attending this race? Well, not this race, because you've been to SilverStates before, but attending the race in this iteration that it is. So I guess we just get right into are we gonna save like the cap and all that stuff for the rant, or we're just going to
all negativity we save for the rant?
Okay, because we do have some questions that we have to answer after this, but we're going to be very quick about
it. Now just the race and what happened.
All right. So anyway, the completely different race from what we just talked about. This is SilverState. For those of you that don't know, this is held in a horse arena, an equestrian center in this hotel. This is a big hotel. It has bowling alleys, all that type of stuff. The dirt is very, very, very fine, almost like powder. JQ, if I would say that this dirt was like the dirt at SDRC when we went that time in El Paso. Very similar.
This wasn't as loose or dusty. Like it was still kind of packed. I think what's his face? Anthony Westergaard. It's kind of main building, right? I think. So I think he packed it more than Joey because just based on sort of feedback I have not been there before. But I expected it to be sort of loamy and loose and more rough than it was. It wasn't that, wasn't that bad. It wasn't quite as sort of loamy as that El Paso.
All right. So I was very surprised that you went because I know Greg had pestered you about coming to this race for such a long time, but he also treated you to something special when you got there. And he actually picked you up from the airport and you guys went to a hockey game that he said he spent $300 on tickets just for you.
Yeah, that was actually a good surprise. I used to play ice hockey. He knows that too. So it was fun. We saw a bad game, unfortunately, because I think it ended like 1-0. But it was, beers was $17 or something ridiculous. But it was fun. Yeah, it was good.
Did you have good seats?
Yeah, good seats. 9th row, I think. One of the ends.
I think Greg was just happy to have you there. He was like, missed you at DNC, hadn't seen you for over a year.
His wife actually says that Greg loves me more than her. And that he always is so happy when I'm about to arrive and sad when I leave.
I could see that. I can see that. So what was the days leading up to SilverState? You said you went to like Revelation and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, I arrived on a Sunday evening, and then Monday morning, me and Greg went to Revelation for the day. He just worked on his stuff. I had new cars and hadn't driven either one, so I drove both a bit. E-buggy like 5 minutes literally when it got dark, because that was not the priority. Nitro, I ran more during the day. So it was good fun.
Is Revelation still the same, like busy and having homeless people live underneath the driver's stand and all that
yes,
stuff? Yes,
Revelation is a true revelation when you go there. So daytime, it's nice and, sunny and warm. And I like how the track is because it's got old school rough. And this layout they had wasn't ridiculous. Sometimes they have ridiculous layouts, which kind of turns me off. But this was a good one. But then as the sun starts to set, homeless people emerge like from the cracks in the driver's stand or I don't know where. Like you're just there and you turn around and whoop, there's some homeless lady, there, or some homeless guy. It's very strange. So was that a homeless encampment at night, but then an RC track at day?
How is Garrett doing at the hobby shop? Is it still busy?
I think it's good. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how much stuff he has in there when you walk in. Like it's ridiculous. Like when are you going to sell these in the next century or what?
Dude, he has stuff. I bet you he has stuff from.
Apparently,
what is that noise?
What noise?
Like a scratching noise. Stop it.
I don't know. Maybe I was scratching something.
He probably has stuff from the 90s in there, I would say. Is Pecco sanding stuff down?
Pecco isn't sanding stuff. Pecco needs to go and work now in the other room and find. We have a guy coming to pick up some parts.
Stop distracting JQ.
Just looking at his phone.
Stop distracting JQ.
It's kasannut auto jo.
All right.
Oh, he's done work. Look, car is ready for tomorrow.
Can he build a car for me, please, and send it to me?
No, you can't build a car for you.
All right. So then you guys headed over to SilverState on the Tuesday, I assume. So what did you? Well, you pay attention before I smack you. This guy, he's gonna make me do violence to you.
Fucking talk.
I prefer that people look at me when I talk. So
sorry.
What was so when you got over there and actually got in the hotel and all that stuff? Did you see what Greg was talking about, like how convenient it is to be in your hotel room. And then you actually went to the pool, because when I messaged you, like, I'm at the pool drinking beers.
Yeah, Tuesday we drove up there, and I had to sort of rebuild my car a bit and do a bunch of stuff. So we set up the pits and started doing that, and then people were heading to the pool. So I went to the pool because I was like, yes, it's been winter. I haven't seen the sun in a long time. So I went there. And then actually, a completely unbiased review or evaluation of my situation. I think I spoke to you about ADHD and medication and that stuff. I did. Mm-hmm. Have I spoken about that on the podcast?
No.
No? Have I even said anything about that?
You said that you have ADHD and that.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, been testing out some medication, and I did take it on Tuesday. And then Mayfield, we were at the pool, and then Mayfield said out of nowhere, he said, like, Jake was trying to be nice, I think he said. I said, that's funny you should say that. I'm not trying anything. I'm heavily medicated. No, not heavily medicated. But you get the point. Like, people actually noticed the difference, which was interesting, because they had no idea about that. So
was Mayfield in the pool with you?
Do I feel different? Clearly other people notice a difference. So, well, Tebow thinks I'm the worst person he has ever met. But apart from him, it's been a positive experience.
So you was in the pool with Mayfield, is what you're saying?
Yeah, well, Westergaard, but then he was there too. Nick Miller. You remember Nick Miller?
I remember Nick Miller.
My nemesis from OCRC.
Yeah. All right. So you was pitting with the TZO guys. That must have been I think they had the best pit setup there. Like, they didn't have tents, but I really like. I really like how they put the banners around the top. That was awesome.
Yeah.
What did they use for the poles?
I think it's from Nick's work, or former work. He quit his full-time TZO now, but he used to work for a company that did did events. Like,
graduation
you hired them
parties,
when you had some event or party, or all kinds of stuff. So
they did
something from his work that they use for putting up banners and stuff. So, or putting up stages, and so it looked really nice. And then they had the van in the back with all the tires, and Supercross was on, so they had a big TV to watch Supercross. They had music, it was good.
Yeah, they definitely had the best pits there. It looked like. I'm assuming you partied a lot with Nick as well.
Not really a lot. I really wanted to keep my jet lag going, because when you fly west, you are really tired in the evening and you wake up really early. And one of the downsides actually of racing 40 plus is you're up first. And they started at 7 a.m. So I had a strategy. My strategy was get to bed at a decent time and naturally wake up because of the jet lag and get up. And that was it. So that was good. We did party, however, after the race. That's a whole different story. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and
I'm sure
won't be revealed on this podcast.
I don't even want it to be revealed on this podcast. All right. So you was up first for the 8-minute practice that happened on Wednesday for eBuggy as 40 plus. What were your first impressions of the track?
I really liked the layout. The layout was fun to drive, which is always good. I actually heard more people say they didn't like the layout. Oh, this layout sucks compared to before. Now, I haven't been there before, but watching videos, I don't know why I would have preferred any of the previous layouts. Like this, I like this one. There was not one single part on the track that I hated.
I think one of my favorite parts of the track was the whoops. Probably best functioning whoops I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and even the berm functioned. Which was good. Like, there was actually situations where someone ahead would go inside and then the guy behind would decide. Like, you could literally see them decide to go outside. And then they would race through the whoops. And so it actually worked. I like those kind of sections.
Yeah.
My favorite section, I think I would have to say... let me think. The whoops was okay. I think my favorite section was one that I wasn't too good at, but I liked it. Was after the front straight, there's a hairpin, then there's a big double, and then that hairpin, and then the sort of roller going into the triple, launching into that corner on the left. Like that whole section. That was cool. I like that.
I like
so the jumping to the left now. Triple, and then that section there. I like that.
That's where we saw Mayfield and Fuller get together in the E-Truggy class, which I thought was probably one of the best races of this weekend. I really like the whoop section. I like that bowl section because you had multiple lines. Like you had to slow really down and, like you said, go on the inside, or you can just rail that berm, like actually functioning berm. I
the
really
only thing
like
about the whoops. There could have been more. Like I wish there had been like 8 instead of 4.
Now, did they fix the track every night? Who was fixing the track every night?
Well, Westergaard, and I don't know if there was someone else. I know he did for sure, but every night. So every night after the day was done, they smoothed out the entire track. And I'm sort of a bit mixed feelings about it. I thought it was okay because it was at the end of the day and it still got rough. The issue I had maybe more so was just that because I was the first race, then like in e-buggy, for example, like smooth track in practice, smooth track first qualifying round, so Q2 was the first time you got to see a bumpy track in e-buggy. So that kind of sucked. But I don't know, if they had just left it, it would have probably been so bad that everything would have suffered a bit. So it was okay, actually.
So hold on, Joey did not build the track at all. Westergaard built his complete track.
I don't know that. I don't know if they had more than one Bobcat, to be honest.
Okay.
Because I know Westergaard was driving that, so I'm sure Joe
did he race
on the track. Yeah, he raced.
He raced 5th scale too, I believe. I love Westergaard's tracks. I thought the track was great, like you said. I really like that rhythm section. Probably one of where cars were just coming out there and double, or I think some guys were triple, double. Like you can make up some time.
Could have been longer. Heard that Anthony wanted to build a more technical track, so there would have been some more sort of jumps and stuff and options. But Joey wanted to keep it more simple because it gets rough and
understandable. That's understandable. I understand
that. To complain that it's too hard.
I understand that 100%. Because it does get really rough there. All right. Well, let's talk about your first impressions of drivers. Who did you? By the way, that was footage from the Pro Nitro Buggy main from Live RC. I'll leave a link for that in the written description. We'll go back to that. What was your impression of the atmosphere going into this race? I know people get excited for this. I know the cap was a big discussion. We're going to talk about that later. But what was the whole ambience? So you went from Philippines, which was a great ambience. What was the ambience going into this race?
Well, I think it really helps that it's at a casino. You can walk to your room. You can walk to the bars. There's sort of small bar and drinks at the track. There's a Mexican food stand there. It helps to create a more relaxed sort of fun atmosphere.
Yes.
And then also the fact that most people stay at that casino. So then most people are there for the racing, but then you also see them at the pool or in the casino or at the restaurants. So it just makes for a better race because of that, I think. Like you spend more time with people who normally at some other race you wouldn't necessarily spend time with.
Gotcha.
So that kind of thing happens.
Gotcha.
So it was good.
All right. How about drivers' first impression after the first round of practice in e-buggy and nitro buggy? Who was impressive to you?
I can't remember practice anymore, to be honest. But the sort of normal guys. There was no one who I thought like, oh, this guy's doing exceptionally bad or this guy's fast and I didn't expect him to be fast. It was normal guys. Like I still thought that the guys who ended up being fast would be fast.
Yeah. I agree with you.
No surprise.
I agree with you there. All right, because I know a lot of people are excited about FCJ after practice. Frankie Contreras Jr. and Truggy. Obviously, he made the buggy mains as well. Ronnefalk kind of struggled in practice, and he kind of found some pace at the end of buggy qualifying or the end of buggy qualifying, I think it was. Nitro Buggy qualifying. What was it? Practice? I can't remember. Nitro Buggy qualifying. JC3, I had no doubt would be fast. Obviously, the normal suspects like Mayfield, Fend, and whatnot. In the end, it ended up being in Nitro Truck. It was Ryan Mayfield, Dakota Fend, Mason Fuller, Seth Van Dale, and Jared Wiggins, your top 5. Little bump in 6th. Ryan Lutz, 7th. Spencer Rivkin, 8th. And Ryan Cavallari, 9th. I think Ryan Cavallari is actually doing pretty good. That was Truck. In Buggy, we had Pro Nitro Buggy. Ryan Mayfield would take TQ, who would go 2. He would go a 2. It looks like he got a 2, and a 0. Rivkin was really fast. He TQ'd first round of a 0, had a 3, and then had a 14 in round 3. JC3 had a 13.04. Dakota Fenn had a 3, a 50, and a 3. Fuller had a 5, 6, and a 2. Ronnefalk had a 10, 4, and 5. So he must have. I thought he TQ'd a run. It must have been E-Buggy. Ryan Lutz, Marco Barufalo, your defending champion. Seth Van Dalen in 10th. Cavallari 11th. Brandon Rose 12th. Jonah Wilson in 13th.
You should share the screen so people can see also.
Yeah, I should, innit? I need to get rid of this. So it was a good weekend of, some Brandon Rose 12th. Caden Fuller had a good 14th. David Olsen, who had a bump up, I believe he bumped, had a very good B main. Lee Setzer would have wanted to make it there. Right in the Adrian Parente. Camden Lime had a kind of disappointing Silver State, I would say. He didn't make the final. Joao Figueiredo in 9th. Adam Drake, Cole Toller, Joey Bordon, Frankie Contreras in 23rd. That was Pro Nitro Buggy after all. Cole Ogden 40th. Woof. That's probably the biggest one right there, I would say. Spencer Heckett 31st. Ricardo Berton 27th. So he is not agreeing with that offer track. I thought more Europeans would go. No Boots, no Killix. I was kind of shocked to see more Europeans not making the trip over to this race. I definitely would have liked to see Boots and the Killix come over here to race this. I know the Killix went last year. I guess just not in the budget to go. They did go to IBC, which probably used up a big chunk of their budget as well. Was you happy with the contingent of Europeans that made the trip over, JQ?
I mean, it could always be more, but and why didn't Boots go? He won last year. That was weird.
No, he won in 2019.
Oh, sorry. He won DNC and he has won this race.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him go.
Yeah.
So here's our pro. Yeah, Barufalo won last year. Here's our Pro Nitro Buggy result qualifying. Here's Pro E Truggy is big here too. So Mason Fuller, Ryan Mayfield, Ryan Lutz, Cavallari. Where was Lutz? Where was Lutz pitted in conjunction to you?
I mean, same area, a few tables down.
Okay. Now, was you guys constantly talking to each other, talking setup and stuff like that?
Yeah. So I checked his car, droop, camber, toe, that kind of stuff, and came up with setup ideas, just like in the Philippines. And I think that it worked because the goal was just to make the car easier to drive where he could still be fast. So he could be as fast as he wants, but the car wouldn't surprise him or flip over or catch a bump, or when he was racing someone, he would be more comfortable. That was kind of the goal. And it looked really good. So, and I asked him, and I don't know, he said that it was good, but this could have been better, or, so I don't know exactly his true feelings of, was it better than it normally has been, or, I don't know where he would rank that, but the way I look at it is that he made a couple of mistakes in qualifying. I feel like he should have been, top 4, qualified top 4. He, in one qualifier, he crashed on the first lap, and then his average laps of everything except that first lap was the best out of everyone. Like, his lap times were really good. He literally, his average lap was same as some of the very top guys in the top positions, best lap. So that was an amazing qualifier. I think it was Q2. So then I already knew, like, okay, we have to keep this base and just make small changes. And then in the main, he was very consistent, started 8th, so had to sort of battle through the pack. And he was, I can't remember now. I think, was he up in third? I know he was ahead of, he must have been third. He was ahead of Rivkin and Mayfield. And he flipped in that hairpin at the end of the front straight in the bump and flamed out. So that was a shame because he would have basically been in the battle for second.
Yeah, he was in third when that happened.
Yeah, so Canas was too fast because Canas and him were at the same position on the track. Like they were together, and then Canas inched away. So he was going to win no matter what. But I feel like he had Rivkin and Mayfield covered speed-wise.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe, so since he was already in third, Fend was second at that point. Then Canas, Fend, Lutz, I think it was. So yeah.
I remember messaging you was like, I think Lutz can win this.
Yeah, I think that was after that Q2.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think he also said that he's more comfortable in the main, where he can sort of settle down, get a good pace and rhythm, and he's better there than in qualifying. So for him to be that fast on average lap in qualifying.
You mean after Q1? Because he was fourth overall after Q1.
No, I mean Q2. I said he crashed on the first lap.
Oh, sorry.
And after that, all his laps, when you look at the average, it was ridiculous, like how fast he was. So, I thought that with a good main, he could win. And at that point, I was still thinking he would qualify, top 3, top 4. It would have been a lot easier.
Let's talk about your racing, though, because you TQ'd. Did you TQ e-buggy? Because you're an e-buggy specialist.
I did e-buggy.
So you you did. It was Richard Saxon.
Sorry.
You came second.
I actually TQ'd Nitro. Yeah, no, I won e-buggy.
Yeah, you won e-buggy, TQ'd Nitro. You went a 2 and a 0. Philip Atondo, Greg Degani, Richard Saxon, Mike Truey, top 5. That's the only class you could run. You and Degani on the rules. You can't run intermediate. You can't run pro. Yeah. So how did you feel going into qualifying? What type of changes did you make to your car? What type of tires were you running as well? Because wasn't you under the TZO banner this past weekend, or you was open to everything?
Well, no, open. So I tried Hot Race, J Concepts, and TZO.
Mm-hmm.
And, because they were all very equal, it's hard to really compare because you can't go back to back. You drive once every fucking 18 hours, it feels like, for 2 minutes. So it's hard. But I judged that basically they are very equal, all of them. And that's why I just then decided I'll stick with TZO. Nick is my friend. Okay. I would like to support him. Then what's the point, of trying other stuff? It's not that serious for me. I know it. They felt similar. I believe I can win with them, and that's what I stuck with. So I just ran the same tires. And actually, it was funny because I got pre-glued tires. I'm like, I'm not gluing shit. Just give me pre-glued tires. And then I washed them. So I ran the same set in e-buggy.
Really?
I've been qualifying on the mains. Yeah. And then for Nitro, I got a new set for the main.
Here's the start of your 30-minute. Was it 30-minute Nitro buggy main? Ooh, that looked hectic. Courtesy of Live RC. And I was like, you got out to a good start. Oh, but your e-buggy man was the most epic because you won it on the last lap.
E-buggy was exciting because this, actually, you saw how Richard crashed there. Yes. This was the problem that I struggled with, which was that the track changes so much between your runs, and then you have a short warm-up in the main, and then you have to go. And there's bumps. You don't really know all the bumps, and it sort of it's hard to adapt and know how to drive. Also, I made another mistake, actually, for the Nitro main. So for Q3, I tried harder rear springs, and they weren't good. And then I forgot to change them. And because I was doing, other people's setups and this and that. And I even told other people about the springs. but then I forgot to change my own. So it's not an excuse, just a thing.
Sounds about right. But on e-buggy, for those that know, I didn't, because it was weird because you kind of lost it. So it's broken up into two parts on RC, on Live RC's scoring where I watched it. Finally, I've seen you do this a countless times where you made a mistake on the final lap and lost. But it happened to Brent Thelke this time. You made a mistake in the same place and he took the lead, I think. And then an e-buggy on the last lap, he made that same mistake and you got by and took the win because you're an e-buggy specialist.
I honestly think that it's just because e-buggy has a very consistent and predictable throttle because it's electronic. And then I can sort of do the same thing every lap. Where nitro is, you have to adapt more to it because the nitro engine isn't the same every lap, you know?
Right.
I mean, it's almost the same. A good, well-tuned engine is almost the same, but it's not, right? But an e-buggy is. So for e-buggy, I can find a rhythm and, you know, perform at my best. Where nitro, it takes more skill and talent.
Oh, so what you're saying is that you're an e-buggy specialist, basically.
No, I'm saying that I'm not a very good driver, basically. And e-buggy is easier.
Sounds like you like e-buggy more. Yeah, you flamed out in this race too. Just ran, like, what happened? Yeah, the guy said your idle was too low.
Yeah, probably. Let's say if the engine was new, then the idle would have been fine. But it was an old Pekko's old engine, actually. So preparation was not that great for this race. But I figured it's good. I changed the bearings, ran fine. But this jump, this double, I just landed. Oh, stop. I don't know. So maybe if we would do
over
that race 10 times, it would flame out one time. That's how I feel. And of course, it did there.
Yeah. Well, you ended up in where did you end up finishing? Let me see. I'll tell you right here. He doesn't even remember. That's what I was about to say. You ended up in 4th overall, so not too bad. You ended up 4th.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That was how. Yeah, Truy was 3rd, and I was catching him, and it was getting close. And I didn't catch him in the end. I was close, really close, and then I was kind of going for it in the whoops and then had a mishap there. That's why the gap was a few seconds, but it was getting close. But he said after the race, I forgot, but many years ago, he told me at Fear Farm, I don't remember why he said that, but he said if I ever beat him, he'll retire. I had forgotten about it, but then he brought it up and said, wow, that was close. Like, but you still didn't beat me, so I don't need to retire. Because he only ran nitro buggy. So
yeah,
it's good.
And you beat the Gunny, which is most important.
He gets to race another year. That's good.
All right. But you beat the Gunny, and that's the big rivalry going into this. I was waiting for Operation Richard Saxton to happen, but he kind of Saxoned it himself in this. But good race. Unfortunate for you. Good job on winning e-buggy and, you know, all that good stuff. But let's get on to some of the pro-mans. We'll talk about, I will shout out some of the intermediate guys who done well. I did as well as we get down to this. So it will go, Mayfield will take Truggy. E-buggy will go to Mason Fuller. E-Truggy will go to Mason Fuller. And people were talking about Mason Fuller doing well in the nitro buggy, but he had something go wrong with his car early out. I think his dad told me something. I can't remember what it was. But yeah, unfortunate for Mason Fuller going into this, but I know a lot of people. Mayfield started on TQ, Dakota Fend in 2nd, I do believe. And I again, I was like, man, is it going to be the Mayfield show again here at this race? But JC3 had something to say about that, man. They had a very good battle between him and Dakota going on. I'm going to bring up this video again so we can have a look at it from the start. I was like, always like at these type of races, if you let Mayfield just take that lead and run away with it, it's gonna be bad for everybody. But we didn't see that happen this time as I bring it up. Here we go to start. This is this is just after your infamous interview. So yeah, these guys break away from the rest of the pack. Rivkin was in there as well. Fend car looked like he was struggling the entire race. Like I watched this car just do stuff. Fend and Mayfield made a lot of mistakes in this race. And if I'm correct, JC3 made 2 mistakes. He jumped to this infield once, and he made a mistake coming on the straightaway where he flipped, but he was still able to get it. I don't know if the video is coming off too good, but this is actually on Live RC's YouTube. I'll leave a link for that in the written description of the actual 45-minute main. So what were your thoughts when you watched this? I know you was focused on Lutz. Did you have a chance to watch anybody else's car while you was pitting for Lutz?
What was that?
I said, I know you was pitting for Lutz, but while you was pitting for Lutz, was you able to watch these other guys race?
Well, no, not really. Okay. Towards the end, yes. After the flame out, because it wasn't didn't matter anymore that much. Mm-hmm. But actually, the action, the racing was intense, throughout the whole pack. So I'm sure these guys had a great race at the front. I didn't see it. I just was watching Lutz coming through the pack. And then what happened was we had headsets on. And just before the first pit stop, they stopped working. So really? I call Lutz in. Yeah, so I call Lutz in, in good time. And no reply, call again. Nothing. I look up. I talk to him. No response. I'm like, shit, the headset must not be working. So then I'm calling him in and he can't hear because he's not he's just expecting me to tell him to come in the headset. Mm-hmm. So he's not listening for me yelling. So he just drives by the pits. And the first pit stop, we were stretching an extra lap intentionally, to have a bit of buffer. Because the first pit, you can always go longer than the next ones. And, oh my God, I almost pooped my pants or had a heart attack, maybe at the same time. I was just getting flashbacks of Philippines. Philippines, it wasn't really my fault, but this would have been my fault, because he was now going an extra lap on top of that long stop. Mm-hmm. So he passed pit lane, and then I was just yelling, and then he saw me yell, and then he was like, okay, come in. And luckily, he didn't run out, came in, and then we were good. But so, I was dealing with that kind of drama. I didn't have time to watch these guys.
Well, if you're watching this, Rivkin's kind of out to the lead here. He took the lead from the start and is out, and then it looks like it was Mayfield now, but Rivkin got out to a lead, made a little bit of mistake. It was Mayfield. There's JC3. He made a mistake coming onto the straightaway, flipped over and fixed that. And then we had JC3, and I'm trying to look. But Ruffalo was up there in the mix for a little while. And for Ruffalo was actually in the top 10. And you can see Lutz is, top 5 for most of this race. You see Lutz is up there. João Figueiredo moved up really fast. Ronnefalk getting screwed on starts this whole weekend. I talked to him yesterday and I asked him, he said Tater got him in E-Truggy and E-Buggy. And then he says Wiggins touched him over the triple in this and then flipped him over on the landing. And actually he got run over. So Ronnefalk having a very bad SilverState with starts. I told him he's got to get more aggressive. But yeah, at this time I'm looking at Mayfield and we got JC3 right behind him. And I'm like, yeah, JC3 is doing exactly what he needs to do. Is not lose touch. Apply pressure to Mayfield and wait for him to make that mistake. I think Mayfield actually just made that mistake because it's now in third. And you can see JC3, he's coming on the inside. He could do both of that. He was very good at going on the inside, getting that speed down on that paved section, which is very slippery. I have to say this has to be experience from coming from lots of race tracks like Montpellier, and I know they have a lot of tracks in Europe where they have those paved, dusty sections, shiny concrete. So he's kind of used to that, able to get that powered on. And here he kind of just starts checking out a little bit. He does make a mistake later on where he jumps to the inside of that jump going up top of the hill there, top of the bank, but no harm, no foul. And I think after that mistake, it's like JC3 just kind of says, all right, I'm kicking it into high gear and I'll see you guys later. I have to say that Lutz's new paint job very much resembles Spencer Heckert's paint job. The pink, white, and purple, I guess it is now, was very confusing. So why did Lutz flame out?
I don't know, maybe same thing. So idle a bit low. I mean, either flamed out as it was upside down or as the marshal flipped it over.
Okay. All right.
Because the marshal flipped it over and sort of left it, expecting it to go. So maybe it flamed out there.
Yeah. Rivkin's now up to third. Lutz is in fourth. But Ruffalo, where's Fenn? Fenn is... I can't see him. No, Fenn is in third. I can't see. I need my glasses on. But I would say that at no point did I expect Fenn, and there's no disrespect to Fenn, I didn't expect him to win this race because I was looking at his car, and his car looked very hard to drive. Very, very hard. But, yeah, I think JC3 has been doing what JC3 has been doing for the last few, like, he kind of fell off a little bit at the end of the year and not winning any races. Like, he should have won Buggy Land, but he didn't win it. He came over to AMS. He was very fast there. He didn't win it. Montpellier, he was fast as well.
Didn't
I think he finished second.
Well, what? Wait a minute.
What?
What did he do at the AMS?
He did not win Buggy. He came like fourth or third.
He did something. Did he win e-buggy?
Yeah, I think he won e-buggy. Okay. But, you know, Nitro is the glory on this podcast. So, but I think once I saw him like this, I was like, I watched him at, I know this wasn't a big race, but I watched him at the e-buggy World Cup, and even though it wasn't a big race, he's just testing. Man, I can't say more than enough at how impressive JC3 has become over the last year of racing. Man. European champion, multiple wins, goes out, takes the win here, doesn't do too good at DNC, has to kind of, I mean, he doesn't take a win at DNC, Boots does, recalibrates, comes out to this track and just kind of dominates the win and takes the win by 12 seconds in the end over some of the best in the world. I think this is like JC3 saying, I'll see you guys in Spain in September. Let's race. Because he's absolutely flying. I would, at this point, I don't see any reason why he can't become another European champion at Hungaroring's track later on this year in July. And a world champion.
Yeah, that maybe is the number one goal.
All right, let's have a look at our finishing order for the Pro Buggy main and see if you have who you think is your biggest losers and winners out of this race. As I bring it up, give me a second. So, Nitro Buggy Pro A final, 45 minutes long. We saw, obviously, JC3 taking the win by over 12 seconds over Mayfield. Let's get us out of there. We see JC3 taking the win, followed by Ryan Mayfield, Dakota Fenn in a third. Seth Van Dalen, I think that's a good top 5 for him. He would want better. I think Seth Van Dalen needs to get that big win. He's come close, but no cigar. But still a good solid 4 for him. Barufalo, kind of a quiet 5th. You know, he did win this last year, the sole WRC racer there, but he seems to have, he was in the top 5 during this main, came from 9th. Ryan Lutz, even with the flame out, finished 6th. Joao Figueiredo, who had to bump up from the B main and started 16th, he finishes 7th. Spencer Rivkin, after he broke a shock. So Spencer Rivkin actually broke a shock. He hit a marshal as a marshal was marshalling somebody, and he clipped his foot, and that broke his shock. He still was fast as fuck before broken shock, I might add. And still cutting off some good laps. Ronnefalk, after that horrendous start, let's see where Ronnefalk ended up. And yeah, Ronnefalk went from first lap 15th, he dropped all the way back to 16th and worked his way up to finish 9th overall. Brandon Rose, who had a quiet weekend, finishes 10th. Wiggins in 11th. Ryan Cavallari, who had some glimmers of brilliance as well, I think, this weekend. But in order, he ended up finishing 12th overall. Caden Fuller, the younger Fuller brother, would beat his brother this weekend in 13th. Jonah the Fish Wilson, who is really my most impressive driver, who I think this is his first Silver State, maybe. He finishes in 14th. Mason Fuller, who actually broke his car, or something happened to his car right off the bat.
Shock came off.
Shock came off. That's what happened. Shock knock came off. I remember that. Now his dad told me that. Okay, and then I have to give. Go ahead.
Okay, go on.
And I have to give a lot of props to David Olson, the young man from Moncks Corner, South Carolina. This young man has been putting in a lot of work. He just joined HB from S-Works. He ran techno for quite a long time. I've known David since he was like 14. He's about 19 now. This young man has been putting in a lot of work. He came on to the FRCC Mills Pond race a few weeks ago. TQ'd everything, then got like in the final, he lost. He got like the Florida boys beat him up, and it was a rough track. Different type of rough from this track. But bumping up from that, he had a great B main, bumping up, showing that the HB still can do it. And I think that was a great performance for him. Those who didn't make, go ahead.
Check laps.
Let's check Lutz's laps. So Lutz, here we go. Started in 6th, got up to 3rd at one point, dropped back down to 4th. Then he must have came in for fuel, I would say, right here.
Yeah, he had a timing.
Yeah, a 40.479. Was in 7th, got back up to 4th, back up to 3rd, came in for fuel a second time. Where's his long lap? Must have been way. Oh, here we go. Lap 38, 63.7. So he was in 3rd when he did that, and he dropped on to 10th and climbed all the way back up to 6th. So that was an impressive way to come back.
Yeah, so please note, he was behind those guys.
Yes.
Well, Rivkin broke, but the other guys. Joe, David, and those.
Good run for Lutz, man. He seems to have gotten a second win with the Kyosho. I think it's the oldest competitor in this race, to be honest. He's almost 40, isn't he? 39 years old.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
So well done, Lutz. He's making his speed visible.
So he's older than Mayfield?
I believe so. Yeah, I think he said it on the like they interviewed him. He says, I'm 39 this year. I just went 39. All right. Anything you want to add about the Pro Nitro? Let's see who didn't make that main and who should, let's look at the Pro Nitro B main.
Well,
so
I think,
as we said,
the two biggest names who you would sort of, well, let's say 3. None of them are very big, actually, but the names are Tater Sontag, right? Yeah, he's 10 scale world champion, but still, if you're a world champion in something off-road, you should make the main here, correct?
I'm not too fussed over Tater making it, to be honest.
Well, he should.
Okay.
That's okay. Frankie Contreras Jr.
Yes.
Yes, this is not DNC, but still, it's rough. West Coast racing. Frankie should be in there. And Filon,
won the Hot Race GP this past weekend, too. By the way.
Filon pulled away with Buffalo last year at this same race, and now he did not make it. So I think those 3 are like.
I would also add
Camden Lime.
Camden Lime, too, has had a very good year. The Parentes, but then I give the Parentes a little bit of leeway because their first time here. Lee Setzer, Ricardo Berton, and who else do I have her? Aiden Horn, maybe. But yeah, I would have to agree with you, JQ, that on those guys who should have made the main,
Yeah, I would add Bet onto that, actually.
I would agree with you there. I
forgot he was in the B.
All right. So I want to say some shout outs to some intermediate drivers that made the trip out there. I saw Chris Morelli in TQ, but you're too close to the headset is too close to the mic. It's picking up my voice there. I didn't know that Chris Morelli, he's the top Mayako driver in intermediate, finished second. Started second in intermediate buggy as well, making a move up from sportsman. I think he did this year.
No, I think he already raced intermediate before.
No, because
something go wrong in the main. He was like top 5. I can't remember exactly, but something happened. He had to pull off. I think rear hinge pin came out or something, and something fell off.
Oh, but the intermediate nitro buggy was the last race of the night. Dylan Bartlett from One Army, he takes the win for that. You have to get away from something's going on. So I'm going to mute you for a second because your volume's too high there. It's like bleeding over. Dylan Bartlett from One Army takes the win, followed by, hold on, let me bring it up. followed by Mason Epley, AJ Schumacher, Ryan Daze. So Ryan Daze is one of the East Coast guys that made the trip out there. He was just at North Georgia Shootout. A good 4 for him. Aiden Ridgway, 15 years old, young kid from Southeast. He made every single main he entered. He had a bump up from the B main to make this. Started 15th, finished 5th. So he made the main in E-Truggy. He made the main in E-Buggy, Truggy, and Nitro Buggy. And this is his first time ever traveling to the West Coast. So big shout out to him. Always good to see him do well. And then Chris Morelli ended up finished 14th. Jimmy Fishback, who's probably the hottest guy in intermediate right now, hottest race in intermediate right now, and did not have a good weekend. He didn't finish his race, and he actually finished in 15th. He was in first and on second up to, he must have had an intimate, up to lap 36 when he had his failure. I heard he's bumping up to the pro class as well. So a good weekend for the intermediate guys as well. Let's have a quick look at Sportsman Nitro Buggy as well before we go. That was the second to last main. We saw Ezra Antondo, who's the son of longtime racer Philip Antondo. James Batley. Jay Smoker finished third. Look at that, JQ. Jay Smoker finished third. Caden Adams, Darshan Batal. And I heard that Jay Smoker went full tilt on the straightaway and hit a turn marshal. Is that true?
It's possible because he lost his body in, I think, both classes. So
really,
mayhem.
Yeah, congratulations to everybody that made the podiums. I heard there was some a young kid there who bumped up a plethora of times. I saw Kayla Espinal, who's another Floridian racer. She bumped up quite a lot. So congratulations to everybody that made the podium. This was not an easy race to make a podium at. So good job to everybody. You're not only battling your competitors, but you're battling the track as well. And a big congratulations to JC3. JQ, who are your biggest winners and losers coming out of this race? We talked about some of them, but let's talk about that a little bit more. S-Works comes out shining as a chassis again. Third big win of the year for S-Works on 2 different continents. No, hold on. All in America this year. Brandon Rose, Elliott Boots, and JC3 now taking wins at 3 major USA events. What do you think about
Rose win? PMB?
SIC.
Southern
Inboard. Yeah, first big race of the year.
Mayfield won PMB.
Mayfield won PMB.
Okay.
You know who hasn't won anything this year? Dakota Fenn.
Mayako?
That too.
So let's see. Well, Canas, obviously, and S-Works, like you said, winners. It's always impressive when a European can go to America and win one of those big races. Mayfield and Fend, I would say, yes, they were second and third. But I think, I don't know. They are just so good that they were second and third. But you said Fenn's car didn't look good. I don't think Mayfield's car was that good either. I think if it was good and he was comfortable, then he would have been in that battle for the win. You know, not 20
He did make some mistakes.
Whatever, 10 seconds behind. Yeah, but those were, I would argue, because his car was a handful to drive. So, need some work on setup for those 2 guys because we know they have the skills. So they need to work on that comfort level. Seth Van Dalen, I think, win for him because how has he been doing lately? I haven't sort of seen his name at the front, but he was really fast at this race. I don't know. Could be wrong, but I just haven't seen his name. I would say Rivkin, if he didn't break the shock, he would have been right up there. You know, he was in the fight for second. He was in second when he broke, I think. So Associated actually had found something maybe because Saxton was really good. He was really fast. Brent Telke was really fast. Rivkin was really fast. Jonah Wilson made the main directly. So maybe Associated have figured something out with their car, with their setup. I think, if I'm not mistaken, then Saxton and Thelke were running Proline tires. So there might be something to that also, that they were really good. I didn't check now for the mains, but I was told they were. So I just trust that information. So if they weren't, I'm sorry, but I believe they were both on Proline tires. And maybe they benefited from that, but Rivkin was on J Concepts like normal, and he was really fast. So whatever they were doing, it was working. I think in Nitro Buggy, the Fullers didn't have the best race. Mason Fuller, okay, he had the issue, but he was never a factor, never sort of recovered really. It was just at the back. Ronnefalk also, I expected more. I don't think, I may be mistaken, but I don't think he really had a good race in any class. Yeah, at the back in E-Buggy, Nitro Buggy, what about Nitro Truck? B-Main, okay. So yes, no, not any good result.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was second in Nitro Buggy at DNC, and that's the only good result, I think, so far this year.
I would have to agree with that.
Can't really be... I can't see how X-Ray would be sort of satisfied with how the year has started. Now, he has the ability to pull it together. He could like win the Euros or win the Worlds.
Absolutely.
Something like that. He could. And honestly, at this point, that's what it would take to redeem this year, because it really has not been good. So, yeah, other than that, what else?
I'd really like to see Ongaro come over to these races, man. I really would.
Yeah, it would be fun to see, but he just really doesn't like the way you can't control your own destiny as well as at more sort of better run races where you get track time and the track is consistent and you know when you're running and watering isn't,
How was that? How was the watering schedule? Are we leaving
not
that?
Not too bad, actually, at this race. Because they did seeding, so the top, like the fast guys were together, which always helps. And then the difference between water and no water wasn't that drastic. I think because it's indoors, so there's no sun drying the track. And so, yeah, not too bad, actually.
Okay.
But of course, it sort of makes it different and not so fair. But anyway, that's kind of why he doesn't like doing these races, because it can be so unfair.
I really wish Boots would have made it too, but I'm kind of shocked that he didn't. As a former winner of this race and coming off that DNC win, but we talked about that. Man, I have to say, you said about the techno car. They're releasing a new car. We forgot to talk about that in the news as well. They got a new car coming out. It seems to be kind of hit and miss with Mayfield. Like, and he'll tell you that in the interviews. Like, I remember after AMS, he said that's the best techno I've had all year. So he is constantly working. They are constantly working with him to get that car up to where he likes it and it's better. But I have to say that S-Works has found something for their top tier drivers, because we've seen 3 different drivers, 3 different wins with S-Works this year. So they are onto something for sure.
Yeah, I think the car is good and they have so many good drivers. So when you have so many good drivers and driving in all different conditions, they find good setups that work for them. Then, yeah, it took a couple of years and now they have a solid base and all the drivers are competitive. So it's not, it's not something exceptional, I would say. Like, I would say back in the day when the TLR was first released, remember? Like, there was that moment in like 2008 when it was just head and shoulders above the others.
Yes.
Kind of maybe for that wrong, like different reasons than initially thought, because it looked so different, but it was mainly just, the shocks and weight distribution and how light the car was. I think that was actually the main thing. And then the fact that it was narrow and looked very different because of that. That wasn't really why it was better. Everyone assumed that was why. But there was a moment in time where that car was just faster than the rest, you know.
Yes.
Particularly on certain tracks like Neo Buggy and tracks like that. So there was that moment where, okay, that car is better than all the others. Then there was a moment where the Kyosho MP9 was that car. Like, they had good drivers, and then the car was so solid on all the tracks that they had a moment of dominance. And I would say that now it's not really like that. Like, the S-Works is good, yes, but I don't see it being like that much better than an Associated, or that much better than a Mayako, or that much better than what else is out there right now that's at the top. You know, like, I don't see that. It's just that they have a good base and many good drivers, and that's it.
What about Mugen? Like, no top driver in the A final.
Well, okay, that's a good comparison. I would say if Mugen had S-Works drivers and they would have had them for the same amount of time, they would be doing the same thing. That's kind of my point. You see, like, it's not, Mugen isn't so much worse and S-Works isn't so much
No, I
better.
didn't say it was a better, worse
no,
car.
I'm just making that point. Like,
right.
They are still quite similar, I would say. Mugen relies on racing for their income, so they can't afford to have a big team. S-Works has an owner that has real car dealerships, and I believe as part of that deal, he has to spend or spends money promoting motorsport. Spends money in motorsport. I think the story I've heard is that he can invest money in S-Works thanks to that. Like, from the real business, investing in S-Works, it's motorsports, it's racing. And that's why they can afford to do this, or could afford to do this. I'm sure they have good sales now, but you can't have such a big team and spend so much money on salaries and travel and all that if you're just selling RC cars. Racing cars.
Absolutely. Now, do you think it's coming to the time where Mugen's going to need a driver to represent them in these type of races?
Yeah, I think so, actually.
I know a lot of hopes in FCJ, and I like him. I think it's fast, and I know school is a priority. I'm talking to his father, but at some point he's going to have to start traveling outside of the West Coast.
Mugen still has such a strong brand and a heritage and dealers and sort of a sales network that they're okay, but they are going to need sort of current results also. I do believe that.
I know my good buddy Captain Carl Husenik will not agree with me. I'm sure he's going to message me after this. It's good. It's interesting you say about Associated, because I know for a fact that those guys have been working very hard at getting that car better. I know that talking to some of the drivers, they weren't very happy with the Nitro car, and they've been putting in a lot of work doing those test sessions at the dirt and all that type of stuff to get it ready. And I mean, it shows this past SilverState with Rivkin. I mean, aside from him breaking that shock, I think Rivkin legitimately had a shot at a top 3, had maybe even a win, but unfortunately he did not. So it's going to be interesting to see. The next race for the top American guys will be the Nationals. That's coming up next month in June. I heard a good bunch of them might be coming over to the RC Pro-Am race in July as well. Brent's race. That I'll be at. And then, of course, we have Wicked Weekend, which will be the last race for the Americans before they get together. We have the Euros the same weekend as the Wicked Weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be very interesting as we come up and get ready for Redovon, who, by the way, released their first stage report and basically just released the first stage report they released from 2022. And I'm looking forward to how it all ends up in the next couple of races here, and then obviously in the Worlds in September. So it should be interesting. Anything else you would like to say? Oh, I have to give a big shout out to one of our fellow guests who comes on here all the time, Bartholomew Baker, Mr. Barry Baker, taking the wins in 450 plus. Congratulations. Now driving an X-Ray. So, didn't last too long in the HB. Now driving, I think he's just driving whatever he wants, but it's always good to see Barry Baker doing well. Any last thoughts on Silver State before we move on to some questions and then our rant, JQ?
No, not really.
All right. Well, I think it was a great weekend for racing. I enjoyed the racing. Well done to JC3, showing that he is one of the top. All right, here's a good question. Where do you rank JC3 now in the world of racing? Is he the number one racer out there right now?
One of them.
Top three?
Yeah, let's see. So right now, you have Ongaro, Canas, and they are like solid fixtures every
Mayfield
race,
and
always.
Rivkin. Mayfield and Fend.
Yeah, I think. I mean, Mayfield definitely. And then you could argue about like a fourth guy, I would say.
Really? You don't have Fend in there?
No, I would say you would argue about the fourth guy.
Would you throw now Rivkin
Like,
in that top?
Yeah, but it's like the fourth guy would be like Rivkin, Fend, Ronnefalk if he gets back up there.
What about Boots?
Boots, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, these guys. Like, there's a number of them. But I still wouldn't put them there like every race. But you know every race, Ongaron Canas, they are there, right? You know.
Mm-hmm.
And Mayfield, at the end of the day, he will be there.
Yes.
Right? So those three I would say like they are there for sure.
I mean, Fend's been there.
Fourth guy, don't know.
I mean, Fend hasn't won, but it's finished second quite a few times, second or third.
Yeah, but he fends himself also so often. So
do you still think it's the racecraft thing that we talked about from PNB?
It's that and the car.
Okay.
It's both.
Ooh.
It's a combination, I would say.
Okay. Well, I enjoyed watching this Silver State. Congratulations to you taking the win in E-Buggy. Contrary to popular belief, you sound like you had a good time.
Well, do you have that interview for the rant?
I do, but we're gonna play it at the rant.
Okay,
we're not ready for the rant yet.
Yeah,
we got to go. We have quite a few questions for you this week. We're not gonna be able to answer them all.
Popular belief is wrong.
I agree, because you never said you weren't having fun.
No.
People just heard what they wanted to hear. People listen with their mouths and not with their ears. But enough about that. We will talk about that in the rant. Congratulations to all the winners at Silver State. It was good to see guys do well. Lots of competition. And yeah, JQ, congratulations on your win too. But still need to get that Nitro Buggy win under your belt and retire Mike Truey. Oh, one thing I had to ask JQ before we go on any further. What was this? I have something I want to show you. And this was on we also saw this on online as well. But how did this sticker end up on your car? Let me bring it up. Hold on for a second. Why do you have Rhonda Drake's picture on your car? How did this happen? Did you just come back and saw that on your car the other day? You're muted.
She posted it on Facebook a while ago, and then as Invisible Speed, I commented like, I need one of those or something for my car.
Oh,
and then
okay.
when I arrived and I was preparing everything, and then I left to go to the pool. Then when I came back, that sticker was there.
There you go.
Yes. That's what happened.
Then you decorated it some.
Even Rhonda Drake wants to drive a Mayako secretly. That's
all good. All good. All right. So enough about Silver State on the results side. We are going to get into some Q&A that was sent to us. We do have a lot of questions. This is brought to you by Beach RC and Hot Race Tires.
BeachRC.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. BeachRC.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. BeachRC.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at BeachRC.com today.
All right. Thank you to Beach RC for all their continued support. We have a link, affiliate link in the written description of this podcast for Beach RC. They have the RC Pro-Am coming up in July. Also, a big shout out to Hot Race Tires. They recently had the Hot Race GP here at the Channel Islands. Such a great track. We saw Frankie Contreras Jr. take the win, followed by Jermaine Robinson and Walker Spinrad. It was a great looking track, by the way. Hot Race Tires. For all your hot race tires needs, check them out. If you want to get some help, check them out. Contact Nicola. He's been a big supporter of the podcast. Thank you, Nicola, for all your support. All right, JQ. So we have quite a few questions. We're not going to get to them all. So I've picked a few. We posted up on Instagram. We posted up on our NNRC Patreon, on our YouTube, as well as our Facebook. So let's go. We will start with a lot of these questions about what you said in your interview. We've already been through, but one guy asked, checkered pass, is Joseph above marshalling after his race, or does he make a lesser tier driver or marshal for him? Did you make a lesser tier driver or marshal for you at SilverState, JQ?
Alaska marshaled for after one of my races because...
Oh, Dennis?
Yes, because I had to pit and race and pit and all kinds of stuff was going on.
So somebody probably got triggered by that and saw it and decided to ask that.
I don't know. That's normal.
I know it's normal. Yeah. All right. Matt, Dana has about 5 questions. So I'm going to ask which the best one should be the best. He says, tire companies, who is on the rise, dominating performance by JC, can the others rise to the occasion? Yeah, it was a dominating performance by JC, the most dominant tire in the USA right now. And with JC3 behind them, probably going to be improving in Europe here. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, but it's also a bit of an S-Works thing because they have a lot of good drivers, like those drivers would still be doing well and were doing well already, like Canas, for example. So, yes, they are good, especially in these conditions, on these American tracks, indoor. They are very good. But sort of overall, everywhere, yeah, there's Hot Race. AKM Pro Line, I don't know what's going on and what they're planning, so I can't comment. But J Concepts, Hot Race, they are like I would say, 2 leading brands in racing at the moment. And then a whole bunch of others after them. TZO being...
TZO seems to be making some inroads, though, especially in America.
Yeah, I think in America, yes, they are. But that's what they're focusing on now.
Yeah.
They seem
their branding's really good.
Growing. Yeah, they have Cavalieri and Ogden and big on the East Coast, I believe. West Coast too, but East Coast is what I'm hearing.
All right. Met JQ, Martin Pillmeyer. Met JQ at the SilverState, was actually impressed with how attentive he was to conversation. You could tell he was actually listening to the comments and not just brushing me off. Says he appreciated your time. He says, my question is another tire question. For the newer off-road racer, for tire selection or that, what is more important, tire carcass shape, pin style, or rubber compound? How do you decide on what style of tire to use for what service? What do you look for on the track as cues for your tire selection?
Oh, well, I would say that as long as you are in the ballpark, then compound would be more important.
Okay.
I would say.
And depends on temperature as well. Yeah,
but now we are talking sort of in the ballpark, not bow tie versus Sahara, So if you like few different but similar tread patterns versus different compounds, then compound would decide which one you pick if you have a selection, right? Because if you have the wrong compound, it doesn't matter what the tread is, you're going to struggle. But if you have slightly different tread and not the optimum one, but the right compound, you'll be okay. And what to look for, the loamier the dirt, the bigger and more spread out the pins should be for more grip. And when you have dirt like that, if you run a very soft compound, the pins bend a lot, so they don't dig through the dirt. So keep that in mind. Then if you are on a very clean track, you want more rubber to touch the surface of the track. So then you have sort of pins that are closer together. Also, if the higher the grip, basically, the firmer that tread pattern, in the sense that the pins are close and they also don't flex as much. So closer together, bigger pins or lower pins that don't flex as much, that's going to be better. So you look at the surface of the track. Is it loamy? Is it clean? Is it bumpy? Is it smooth? Is it high grip, low grip? And then you make your decisions based on that.
Okay. Jan Rafaiski, Invisible Speed. You can learn more about it at Invisible Speed. Great plug. Why have you gone quiet? Can't hear you.
I don't know.
Oh, there we go. Jan Rafaiski, very fast German touring car racer. I met him at the 12 Scale Worlds last year. Do they have a referee at this event? No. He says, what's the max amount of split classes? Even everything is the same. There is no max amount, as they can make up classes as they want. And he says, I'm impressed with this event. Super huge. All right. Sean Alcorn, dude, you spoke the truth, but your timing sucked. I think your timing was perfect. We'll talk more about that. Phil Molnar, how can we improve marshalling? I saw her many times during the qualifying and mains of poor marshalling. Obviously, if you're an unfortunate recipient of poor marshalling, you're going to be rightly upset. What do? Don't crash. Number one. Paid marshals are not the answer because they don't know what they're doing. It does work in sometimes. Marshal training, maybe, but most RC racers know how to do it. And he says, your thoughts, JQ? By the way, thanks for signing my Invisible Speed book. And he says, as you mentioned, as was mentioned earlier, you are very approachable and polite. What do you think about that?
See, other proof of that the medication works. You just have to do better yourself. Like, everyone has to care about their marshalling. There's no, secret to it. Maybe have a rule, penalize drivers who are on their phone. Like, I'd get penalties, something like that. I don't know. You just have to, individual responsibility, marshal how you want to be marshaled. There's, care more. It's the only solution.
Yeah, and also don't flip there. Try not to need to be marshaled.
That's not a fucking answer. We have marshals
it is an answer
because people crash.
I agree with that,
so
but if you don't flip,
to say don't crash, that's not an answer to the question. How do you get better marshalling? Don't crash. That's not a reply to the question.
That's the answer to it. That's the answer.
Not. Everyone out there is trying not to crash, right? But we have marshals there for a reason. And the question was how to have better marshals, and it's for everyone individually to care more. Yeah, that's it. And race organizers could apply rules.
No phones, stuff like that. Enforce that. I agree with that. But what if you marshal and then you're trying to get to the car and there's a pack of cars coming through? Is it the marshal's fault then? Or does he go up there and get hit by cars?
Are really shit with that. I don't know what some people are thinking. Like, if someone has flipped in the hairpin on the inside and everyone's going round the car on the outside, then just fucking get the car. Don't wait for everyone. Or the worst marshal of all, which is pick up the car and you decide when to put it down. No, you fucking flip the car and you put it on the track, and it's the driver's responsibility to go or not, interfere with the other cars or not. But you as a marshal, you don't make that decision, right? And a very American marshalling problem, which is very strange actually, which I don't understand, which is a car flips and then you with your marshalling, work to erase their mistake. By instead of flipping it over in the lane where they are, you flip it to the next lane or past the corner or over the jump. Like, I do not understand what the logic is behind that. And this uniquely happens in America. Really, I don't understand.
I know what you're talking about, though. I do.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Moving on. Steve Washington, do you think the Viking regrets leaving Mayako? He hasn't had good results since he left.
I don't know. You have to ask him. I'm pretty sure that he took a pay cut. David
Wheeler, best piece of advice for a first-time dirt racer, have a year of corporate racing experience. I'm going to tell you what you should do. Get invisible speed. But seriously, you should get it because there's lots of good information there from beginner to advanced. I would just focus on learning my car, learning some, being able to get around the track, then dive into, and getting the basics right? Getting the basics right. Because a lot of people, they don't get the basics right, and they want to go do all these big setup changes without even having, for instance, in their nitro cars, not even having their throttle linkage set up properly and stuff like that, or their clutch right. So get out there, get some track time, get the basics right, and then you can use invisible, get information, like learn how to set up your car. Don't just copy setups, because that driver, that fast driver setup that you might be copying, you're not going to be able to drive it because you don't have the skills that he has. And I'm sure JQ would agree with those sentiments, right, JQ?
Yes, I do, because I've said that. And people always just copy the best driver's setup. Who won SilverState? I need that setup. No, you don't. You don't have those skills.
All right. Troy Coleman, would a carbon fiber chassis work on 8 scale car?
No, it's been done. It sucks.
All right. Up next, Justin Moore. Under what track conditions do you glue the foam to the wheel?
I think like smooth tracks, high grip, fast sweepers, that kind of stuff. But I really never liked it, to be honest. Maybe if I went to Philippine Masters, I would try it. Like that kind of track, it could be good. Hot weather, high grip, high speed, smooth. Yeah.
Omar, what's up, Omar? If you want more rear grip mid-corner exit, should I be adding rear camber or less?
Probably less.
He's on a Mugen, by the way.
Well, that's your
Charlie Mack.
Right there.
Charlie Mack, why didn't JQ borrow or run 40-plus truck?
Too much work.
Okay. He also asks, my biggest challenge was when he went to SilverState in 23. He says, my biggest challenge was keeping up with the deteriorating and unfavorable track conditions, finding new craters and less grip seemingly every lap. How should a racer approach setup driving style to accommodate the minefield whilst maintaining a decent pace?
Focus on making the car easy to drive and have good rear grip. And then focus on driving smooth. That's really it.
Okay.
There's no magic to it.
Kevin Mendez says, I want Joe to discuss his race program. We did that. He says you did an amazing job. Congratulations. Recall talk. When will we get together and do a top driver tier list as we did before? We did this a couple years ago.
I think I did a YouTube video.
You did. You did a YouTube video.
Yeah,
that's right. And I was a part of it, if I remember correctly. So maybe we have to do that.
Maybe.
And
I think it was with someone else, to be honest.
I did it with you, if I recall properly.
You did? Oh, maybe.
Yes. And then we have another newbie question from a guy. He wants to know, for someone getting into the hobby, would you suggest buying used RTR or a kit and build? I can't answer this. I think if he's talking about a ready to race, I don't think you should. I think you should maybe get a ready to run kit from somebody who's like a race chassis and learn from
it. Not ready to run. You should buy a used car from some, like the fast local guy or whatever.
Exactly. Who takes service stuff. That's what I said in his answer. All right. So thank you guys for our questions. I know we haven't done questions for quite a long time. Thank you, JQ, for your time. We appreciate it. But now it's time to talk about pretty much what everybody has been talking about besides JC3 taking the win. And that is going to all happen in the JQ Racing Rant.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on. Whoa. Things are about to get serious. It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
Hey there, fellow RC enthusiasts. Thanks for tuning into another episode of the No Name RC podcast. Today, we're diving headfirst into a riveting discussion about the ins and outs of radio-controlled racing vehicles. I'd like to take a moment to remind you that the opinions and perspectives shared in this podcast are solely those of our guests and contributors. They do not reflect the views or opinions of our sponsors and partners. They belong to the individuals sharing them, and we respect their right to express themselves without censorship or interference. However, if you find any content offensive or objectionable, feel free to voice your concerns directly to them. We make every effort to create an environment where everyone feels heard and respected, so your feedback is always appreciated. Thanks for listening, folks. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and smash that like button if you found this episode informative or entertaining. And until next time, Nitro is the glory and Buggy pays the bills.
All right, I would say thank you to the JQ Racing Rant, but JQ Racing doesn't exist, but we saved this this intro just because we know it's going to be pretty much an epic rant. So I'm not going to beat around the bush. We'll just play the infamous interview that was heard around the world that came out of SilverState. And I'll never forget watching this live. So I say, let's just play it.
There we go. Good times there. All right, we got JQ over here. JQ helping out Ryan Lutz. Having fun?
Yeah, it's actually I'm more nervous about this race than my own.
Oh, really? Why is that?
I don't know why. Maybe because I'm not in control at all. Just have to watch.
You had fun racing 40 plus earlier.
Yeah, I wish there was more racing, more track time, but it's been fun.
Yeah, but that's what happens. Kind of these kind of races with 1,200 entries. Not much you can do. Just maximize what you can get.
I know. I remember him saying that there's a cap and a raised entry fee because of that, but I guess he waived it.
Well, yeah, but there's always circumstances and conditions, but obviously everybody's cool with it and still having fun.
I wouldn't say so. A lot of complaints, but yeah, maybe next year there'll be a cap.
We'll see. All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right, not a happy camper here at DNC is JQ. Something JQ not happy for. I was shocked to get that when I was going down the pits and JQ. I was like, all right, well, let's have a word with JQ. Everybody's excited. The vibe was up, and I wasn't. I was kind of taken aback that he wasn't having a good time. Especially he won yesterday, and yeah, I mean, I was just I don't know.
I got a pick coming in.
All righty. Hey, dude. So I really like these pre-race pit interviews that Live RC is doing. It's good. But as soon as Scotty put that mic in front of you, I was like, oh boy, this is going to be interesting. Now, oh my gosh. While I was watching this live and the chat just went ballistic. There were people like fucking making off. He's down there and blah, blah, blah. You know, everybody tried to get on that train. It was like Bornhorst was in there saying that. And then he said
what was
something.
He saying?
I can't remember. He said something about, you know, everybody's like, JQ's not happy. And and there were people defending you as well. And this comes back to what people want to hear versus what actually happened. So at no time did I hear you say you had no fun, right? Now, what really, when I'm listening to this, and then that last bit was when Scotty got back to the announcer's booth. I felt bad for him because he was really taken aback, like, oh, discombobulated with your answer. And the way you said it was like emotionless, like as Danny Paz was saying, no soul. But it was almost as epic. I think. See, people don't remember your interview. I should have had this up. I might go find it. Your interview from RCGP when you asked about JQ, did you take out Valente? And he was like, and I never forget, I was watching that live, and he goes, yes, I intentionally took out Leonardo Valente. These young kids have to learn, blah, blah, blah. And that's where Rupert the Sheriff came from. Because somebody asked me why I call you Rupert Pumpernickel. Rupert being a cartoon character from the English cartoons. And I don't know. I just thought it was cool. Rupert Pumpernickel the Sheriff. Dude, people were talking about this while the main was going on.
Oh,
and
really?
I was just like
in the chat?
Yes. I was like, once again, JQ has managed to become the center of attention.
Okay, so what was the vibe? Like, first of all, the percentage agreeing, percentage disagreeing, and what were the two sides?
80-20.
What were the main arguments?
80-20. How you were just miserable, and if you didn't want to be there, why you should be there. It was mostly, he isn't having fun, and blah, blah, blah.
That was 80?
Yeah.
Okay, and the 20?
We're like, he just asked him a question. He asked his opinion. If you don't want his opinion, don't ask him. And people are like, hey, he had a chance to keep on going. People are like, he should never have interviewed JQ, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, why? You're down there pitting somebody. You should be interviewed. But, that's a lot of people that aren't at this race, and they don't know what's going on. Anyway, let's talk about this. At no point in time did you say, you said literally, I'm having fun like 3 times. Yeah, I'm having fun.
Yeah. So, okay, how do we break this down? First of all,
let's just, you did have fun, right?
Yeah. So even Scotty said, like, I'm not happy or something like that. He literally asked, are you having fun? Are you enjoying it? I said yes. I answered yes twice when he asked if I was having fun. And then he asked another question and I said, I'm having fun. Like, I literally said that.
Yeah, it's been fun.
I think.
He said,
it's been fun, I said. Okay. Yeah. So that wasn't the point. But this is kind of proof yet again that reality doesn't matter to most people, because most people don't listen. They lack the capacity or ability for critical thinking, and they just respond emotionally to stuff. Okay? Like facts, reality, out the window, emotions. That's most people's reality. Okay? So we have to remember that first. Or sadly, we have to realize that, because that's the truth. I didn't say I wasn't having fun. I said I was having fun 3 times. I confirmed twice. I said it once. I was having fun. And then I pointed out something which was a very common and vocal opinion at the race. The difference is that I said it straight out, where most people don't. Most people will say it in the pool, when we're having some beers in the pool, or say it in the casino, or say it at dinner at night, but they won't post it online. They won't say it to Joey. They won't say it on Live RC, They kiss ass there and then talk shit behind, closed doors, kind of. But me, no, I just say honestly my opinion, which I know many people share. It's not like I have a very unique, crazy opinion. No. A lot of people, including, I would say, the majority of the pros, agree with what I said there. And we can get into that, right? What was the issue? What was my issue? I would like to just briefly touch on this, and then we sort of talk about solutions. Maybe that's better. But the issue wasn't really, the main issue wasn't that we didn't have that much track time and there were so many entries, because we already know that. Like, we know these races, these big races, they suck. Unless you're Don Winkelmulder and you can run 50 plus, 40 plus, an intermediate, like 3 classes with the same chassis, then a race like this is terrible. I can only run 1 class with a car. I can choose Pro or 40 plus. If I run 40 plus in e-buggy, I have 1 practice round at 7 a.m. and then I'm done for the day. Right? Qualifying, I have a 4-minute run at 7, another at maybe 1 p.m., another at 6 p.m., I'm done. So 12 minutes of track time. There's no warm-up either. You just go out, 1 lap, you're on the clock. 4-minute run. So then I get a 1 single 10-minute main if I make the A main. I think lower mains were 8 minutes. So at a race like this, it makes 0 sense to go there and run 1 class. Okay, that's a bit of an issue. So you have to run multiple classes. And if you're like me, which many people are actually, you have to run different cars. So e-buggy, nitro buggy, for example, to be able to run 2 classes. But Don V, he's good. He can run 50 plus, 40 plus, and intermediate, you know. Okay, so that's one point, like one reason why it's not good. But we knew this already. That's not why I said that. Also, I was surprised that Scotty interviewed me earlier in the race, like I think Truggy Mains or something. I even walked away when I saw them coming because I didn't want to be on there. But I kind of felt like he wouldn't ask me anything anyway. But then the Nitro Buggy main, I had to be there, you know. And I just happened to turn around as they approached, and I was surprised. He surprised me when he stopped me and started talking to me. I thought he would just, oh, JQ here, and move on. But he started talking, so I'm like, okay. I had no plan. I didn't know what to say. But the thing is, and I got some proof, because I know people won't believe me anyway. So check this out. How do we zoom on this thing? Can we?
Yeah, you can zoom.
Maybe like that. If I zoom here. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Greg Degani had, I would say, about a 1-year campaign of trying to get me to SilverState. Now, he already knew I wasn't doing DNC. He gave up on trying to get me to do DNC. But SilverState, he figured he can get me there. Yeah, so he was talking about the race, like how great it is. It's in the casino. We stay in the hotel. And you can just walk to your room. It's amazing. It's the best thing ever. You can leave everything in the pits. It's a great race. Okay. So finally, I decided, after his extreme lobbying attempts of getting me there, I decided to join. Now, Joey made this post in November last year where he says, there are some changes coming. Okay. We have big plans and a few good changes coming for SilverState 2024. First being an entry cap of approximately 900. Okay. Now, there's that disclaimer of approximately 900, right? But it's still, he has an entry cap. That's the point. There is a cap, approximately 900, okay? Or maybe 905. The regular entry fee will increase $20. So in the past, the entry fee was 100. Now it was 120. So everyone paid 120, $20 more because there's a cap. Now he can't fill out entries as many as possible. He restricts entries, and instead people pay a bit more, $20 more. Okay, fair enough. That's good. With a cap, we can get a bit more track time in, correct? Lefty, are you listening? Do you agree? Have I said something wrong or horrendous at this point? No. Okay. So remember this. Then what happens? Oops, we're going the wrong way. So this was, basically, I saw this post when I was already there, okay? Oh, we got some changes. Instead of running 2 practice rounds, now there's only 1 practice round. 1 round of 8 minutes. Also, that entry cap of approximately 900, that's going to be disregarded. So now there was like 1,180 or 90 or something. entries, almost 1,200 entries instead of that approximately 900. Interestingly, we didn't get a refund of that $20 which we paid because of that entry cap, right? See, these two things go hand in hand. There's an entry cap of 900. That's why that entry fee was raised. You understand? Like the motivation for this, that the reason for raising the entry fee, the reason for people agreeing to paying more was that there would be less entries. They are restricted. We get more track time. Pay a bit more, Joey can still make the same money instead of having more entries. Right? We all understand this. That makes sense. But then when we are there, turns out, fuck the entry cap, just max entries. There were even entries added the day of the fucking practice. Somehow Live RC entries increased even more that morning. So there was no cap, yet no one got a $20 refund that I know of. So we all paid more. And what happened? This is what we were promised at the time. I don't have a screenshot up above where it said qualifying, but it didn't say, it said 2 rounds of qualifying and, 2 rounds of practice and then 3 rounds of qualifying, but it didn't state how long the qualifiers were. But remember, we are paying more now and we have an entry cap. And previous years, qualifying was 5 minutes. Well, we didn't get 2 rounds of practice. We got 1 round, which is bad for multiple reasons. One reason is if you're in 40 plus in e-buggy, you get a smooth track because the track is new. Now you just have 1 run, so you never get a second run on a bumpy track. So you just run on the smooth track. Second reason it's bad is you can't make setup changes, really. You go out there, that's what you have. That's what you got. You can't learn the track, go back to the pits, figure out things to change, then try again. No, can't do that. What if you break? Well, now you have no practice. It sucks. It's a really dumb thing to do 1 practice round instead of 2. Makes it more unfair and makes the risk for someone to be unhappy much greater, right? Just like I said, new track, you break, you're done. You get no practice, basically. Qualifying, instead of 5, it was 4 minutes. So we got less time on the track and we paid more. Then this screenshot was because we got promised 30-minute mains for sportsman, intermediate, and 40 plus. And I knew, like me and Degani, we spoke, and we knew that they were going to try and screw us out of this, which was right. There was a time when the mains were going to be 25 minutes. So you know what I did. I put up a fuss, and 30 minutes was maintained. The reason that I was complaining was that entry fee was raised because there was supposed to be a cap. We paid more to get more track time. We got less track time. There was no cap. So like the only conclusion that can be drawn from this is that either Joey is dishonest, either Joey is dishonest, selfish, greedy, and just cares about the money and not about the races and not about the race, or he's incompetent. Like, those are the only options, seriously. And I know this is personal because it's him and his race. And I should actually say Joey and Jimmy. I don't know what their partnership is, but Jimmy is in the booth. He's doing entries and this and that. And, he's clearly involved. Joey is clearly involved. It's his name, the dirt, right? Those 2 guys. There are only 2 options. I cannot think of a third option. They are either dishonest, greedy, and selfish, lying about an entry cap, lying about raising the entry fee, lying about track time, or they are incompetent, like Can you, Lefty, give me a third option?
All right. So
no, please answer that, and then I'll finish, and then you can.
I don't have a third option for it, but I would say this: it worked last year. Why didn't it work this year? Why wouldn't it work this year?
Yeah, this was my motivation for bringing that thing up. Like, if it was just a normal race and we know that it's shit, okay, fine. But now you are saying that we have listened, we will have a cap, an entry cap, and raise the entry fee because of that. And then you scratch that and reduce qualifying time and just give one practice, and you want to shorten the mains. That doesn't fly anymore, And that's why I said what I did in the interview. But I had fun. It's just that I was disappointed at those things yet again, because I've been speaking about the same things for, 20 years, 15 years, at least 15 years, right? And they aren't changing. And after you say your piece, then we can sort of talk about solutions, because I know that people, just like they talked about the interview, that I wasn't happy. Yes, I was happy. But I thought it could be better. I wasn't happy about this sort of shit that went down. The same thing will happen now. Like, they will say, oh, he's just complaining and he has no solutions. Yes, I do. I have solutions, and I've talked about them now, and I've given them to the people in question. So we'll talk about that next after you respond.
So I have a question for you before we go on. When someone says, like my buddy Tiny, he says, you're right, but it was the wrong timing. I think it was expert timing.
Because it's the best timing, because everyone's watching the main.
Exactly. So that's a moot point. All right.
But wait, I didn't go out of my way. It was only because I wasn't planning on making a fuss. It's just because he was fucking in my face. And then after I was already done, just saying I wish we had more track time. But Scotty came back with the thing, well, there are circumstances, and no, there fucking aren't. It's not about circumstances or you can't help this or 1,200 entries. No, that's complete bullshit. He was so wrong in saying that. That's what triggered me, and that's why I went on. Because the circumstances was 900
I agree with you. He had a chance. He had a chance. That was the circumstances.
On. Yeah,
he had a chance to go on to the next one. I don't think you. I go back. I digress to where people just they listen with their mouth and not with their ears, right? So they listen at what they wanna listen to, and they hear what they want to hear. But enough about your interview. Let's talk about the real situation, which is for the second. So I kind of. So let's go back. I'm gonna say this right off the bat. I have no issue with a race being 1,200 entries, none whatsoever, right? I don't think this race should be capped. I don't think it should be capped. I understand that there's added expense to putting on a race indoors, being as I've had to been working with race time behind the scenes. Not, but I got an idea of how much work, how much money this all costs, right? I understand when he said he was capping DNC this year at the normal entry cap, which is 800, and he's charging $20 more. I was like, grimy. So last year, I was trying to look for it while you was talking about it. I couldn't find it. I forgot to look for this in my notes. I brought this up because last year, a week before Silver State, there was a 900 entry cap, right? Oh yeah, you better sign up. It's only gonna be 900 entries, blah blah blah. So what did everybody do? Rush out and get signed up. Why do I think he did this? I think he wanted extra money. In fact, he listened to this podcast and he told somebody that I know that I'm not welcome at dirt events no more because of what I said on the podcast last year, right? About this fake 900 cap. I don't know if that still stands. I haven't talked to Joey since then, but I called it out. Max brushed it off as me just being a conspiracy theorist. I don't know if he was being sarcastic or not. If you've listened to this podcast, if you can give me, I think it was in the SilverState Recap. It might have been after, I can't remember, but I did talk about it, and Max kind of brushed me off, and those who listened agreed, right? So here we come up, 2024 DNC charging $20 more because it's going to be capped at 800. It's normal normal entry count of 800. I don't think DNC has got up to 1,000 yet, right? So he capped it at what it normally is. Usually when you cap a race, you take less entries than you normally get and then raise the price. That's the point of a cap, right? So anyway, I thought that was a bit shady. Well, if you want to raise the price of the race, just say things have gone up. The price of the race is $120. That's all you have to say. So leading up to Silver State, they had an early bird, which was $80, I think it was. If you signed up early, you got that money. Then it was $120 if you signed up, if you didn't get the early bird. And then if it as of March 1st, it was even $140, right? Because it was going to be capped at 900. Now, I understand that heats must be filled as well. So, but I'm not expecting heats to be filled up at 200 plus, almost 200, 300 entries, really, over the, that's what we're looking at. We must say it's 300 entries over the cap. Now, when he made that post about, I have to make the call, and a lot of the pro teams didn't sign up. I heard Associated didn't sign up. I heard Techno didn't sign up. Now, granted, these top drivers are running 4 classes, right? But I don't see it adding up to being 100 entries, unless they're talking about every single person on the team, from the top paid sponsor driver to the person, the last person on the 50 off who's making this, right? And I understand they have to fill heats. Okay. So here's my thing. I have no issue with this race being 1,200 entries. I have no issue with this race being $120 because it's an indoor race. My issue is the shady way, and I don't think it's Jimmy that's involved in this. I think it's like, hey, we did this last year. It worked for DNC. We're going to do it again. And he did it again. Again.
Jimmy is also involved. He also gets entries. It's both of them.
Okay. So let's say they had to get in how many, I don't know the true math to this, but how many entries do you think they were over or they needed to make up for teams that didn't sign up?
Definitely not 300.
I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I would agree with you right there.
And also, this is not a difficult problem, okay? Neo Race had a capped entry count, correct? But all the best drivers were always there. Why? Because people signed up and then they were accepted, right? So the acception process is such that first you can accept first come, first serve, but you make sure that all the top teams, top drivers, all the stars get in, right? And your friends and family and all that, And then the rest, okay, first come, first serve again. But that's a way where everyone signs up, then you accept them, then they pay, and whoever doesn't pay, you contact them over and over, and okay, well, they aren't coming, and then you give the spots to someone. So it's a way of having a race with an entry cap where you make sure everyone makes it in. And if you do that, it's very easy. You just look, fucking Mayfield isn't here. Oh, Techno isn't. Okay, then you contact Techno. Say, hey, please get your entries in. We're filling up. We need to make sure we have a full race. People can book their travel, hotel, everything. So just, we need to
set
know
aside
how many
those entries because they're coming.
So if you care enough, you make an effort, you make sure that works. It's not rocket science. Other races have done it. So that's all just excuses.
So I like this breakdown by Mark Robinson when Dunford says, oh, the teams forgot to sign in. They had to fill openings to make full heats. The extra entries don't take any time away, and actually full heats help the program due to having the marshals they need. So Mark Robinson goes, Ryan Dunford, the math ain't mathing up, bud. 300 entries for heat fillers. Let's do the math on that. There are 18 classes, 300 extra entries. So 300 divided by 18, 16.6 entries per class. Guess how many people were in each heat? That's right, 16. So they effectively added 18 heats of racers after the cutoff. He says, I could continue to say how runtime. Now, I heard people harp on that. Well, you don't go to these races for runtime and which is understandable. No. Here it comes down to, if you know that there's no cap and there's going to be 1,200 entries and you know that the program can change at any given moment, that is a problem, right? So I found it extremely funny when they made the post about, well, if you're not down for the 8-minute practice, for me, if it's 1,200 entries, something has to suffer, right? P&B happened a couple years ago, 2 years ago. It was 1,000 entries. They had to cut one qualifier, right? Because it was too many. He couldn't physically do it. but there's no cap, right? This race is capped. You're still, as a racer, okay. Some people's like, well, you only would have got 3 extra minutes. Yeah, but you would have got your practice time broken up into 2 different heats, 4 for you running 2 classes where you got to go on the track at 2 different times, right? When they said, oh, if you ain't down for the program, we'll happily refund your entry cost. That was 4 fucking days before people started to travel to this race. 4 days.
So, yeah.
What? Hold on. What about the fucking hotel fee? What about the fucking airline ticket and all that stuff that you purchased prior to that? So nobody's gonna jump. Nobody's gonna not go and get, okay, I'll just get my $240 back or whatever they paid, because they have way more invested in there. And I thought that was just the fucking biggest slap in the face to a racer possible right there and then.
I know, exactly. Like, I was there at that event when I heard, oh, just 1 practice, oh, just 4 minutes. Like, I was physically there when I discovered these changes, right?
Well, it happened a few days prior.
I was in America, you know? And then when I spoke to Jimmy, because I heard like of a 25-minute main instead of 30, then he said that. He said, well, if you're not happy, then we can give you a refund. Like, you don't need to race. This was like after practice or something. I'm like, a refund? How is that going to help me now? A refund's not going to help me now. Just because of the reasons you said, you know, hotel, flight, all of that. You know, and other people, you know, holiday from work and all that stuff.
Hey, it was shady. I said it was shady last year. It's shady again this year.
Yeah.
And people will just, you know what? You'll get away with what people allow you to get away with, and people allowed it. I come back to the point. I have no issue with it being 1,200 entries, but it should be, you should know that going in. There's no cap. We're going for as many entries as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
We're charging
like
this much money.
PMB is psycho nitro blast. We race 24 hours a day, blah, 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 all that shit, right? So I know I'm not going to go to that fucking race because I don't want to stand in line for practice. I don't want to be racing at 2 a.m. So
well, you're not
don't
really racing
go.
at 2 a.m. But I get it. They don't do the qualifying at 2 a.m. and all that stuff anymore.
Yeah, but since I know
get
that,
it.
I can prepare and I can avoid that race.
Or
so then when someone says, okay, we have an entry cap and it's in a fucking casino in Vegas and it's going to be good, yeah, then I go. So then you can't change on that.
I have no issues with the raising price. I have the issue with the raising price saying because it's going to be capped. What should have been done was, hey, you know what? This is an expensive race. We're going up $20, right? Yeah. We have a lot more costs to cover all this type of stuff. But all this shady shit is, you know what I keep thinking whenever you heard Dagani say this, and I'm definitely never going to be allowed at any dirt events after this. You know how Dagani always says, once you got your money, that's it. You don't see him no more.
Yeah.
Well, whenever I see stuff like this is what comes to mind, right?
Yeah, but okay, so I'm pretty sure everyone understands the point. So let's move on a bit. So
what about the track time thing? The track, okay.
Well, yeah, we've covered that already. Okay.
No, but what would you say? Hold on. What would you say to people who say, well, you only would have got 3 extra minutes? It's not about track time at these races.
It is. It matters. It all matters. You should have a warm up so you can find the bumps and figure everything out and set and then do your fucking qualifying. And 1 minute does matter in qualifying. It's 2 more laps, you know, or maybe 3, depending on.
What about the people that like the 8 minute? What are people? People that like the 8 minute practice.
That's fine, you know. But if they had broken on the first lap, they wouldn't like it. You know, people don't think very far.
That's true.
Or if their car sucked, or if their tire came unglued, you know, like people don't think. They're just like me. I did this, and that's fine. They don't think about other fucking circumstances or situations, right? Anyway, the money, because I know this is something. Oh well, I can say I'm not a fucking socialist or communist. I don't have any problems with people making money. The shadiness aspect, yes, that was a problem. But my point is that I am not against races with big entry counts, or I'm not against race promoters making a lot of money. What I am against is that every single fucking race is the same. Okay? Can we have a good race for the racer where all the top guys are there? Like we did. The Philippine Masters was a good race, okay, for the racer. Because you go there, you can go with one vehicle and enter one class. You get plenty of practice, plenty of qualifying with warm-ups before your run. You get long mains, and you have a fun time because you don't have to wake up at 6 a.m. You don't go to bed at midnight. No, you start at 9, you're done at 6 or something, right? So it is a fun race for the racer. You get good value for money. And we do not have a race like that in America. It does not exist.
It's called the Nationals. And
well, no, listen. Nationals is only for Americans. I am talking about a race where you can have the top drivers from Europe and Asia. Like everyone goes there because it's an amazing race. And it's like a unofficial worlds in a sense. It's like the Neo race used to be. Neo race was a race like that.
Here's the thing about that.
Enter one class, you would have fun. You would race, you would get track time, you would feel like you've driven, and all the best drivers were there. Why can't we have a race like that in America? That's my point.
Well, we have... Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry. Finished?
Yeah. So, well, no, I can finish the whole point. So that is really my criticism. It's not that PMB can't exist, right? No, PMB can exist, or DNC can't exist. No, I just don't want every single race to be like that. That's kind of my point. So you can make money. That's fine. You can make no entry limit races. That's fine. But why can't some races be ones where you make money, but you also think about the races, and you also make it worthwhile for someone to buy a flight ticket and take a holiday and pay for all the expenses involved in traveling to America to a big race? You know, why can't you have a race like that? And when you do that, then, well, yeah, I can end it there. You can add stuff, and then I have a few.
So you do have one race like that, but they did go over the cap because they added 2 extra classes, which was AMS last year. But you still got your run time.
I would not say that it's like the closest thing, yes.
Right.
Closest thing, yes, but it's still not quite there.
Right.
Definitely the best out of all of those.
Right. You did get all your allotted runtime, which allowed you to, why it ran so late, right?
Well, only because for me personally, for example, I thought, okay, this is great, but because I could run 40 plus and intermediate, I could run 2 classes with the same chassis. And that's kind of not the point, not the idea.
So I love my big American races. Don't get me wrong. I love them. I've enjoyed my DNCs. I've enjoyed my PMBs. I've enjoyed SilverState. Obviously, Wicked Weekend, all these races. I've had a chance to go to pretty much all the big races in America. I've been to big races in Europe. I've been to World Championships. I've been to Nationals. Hopefully, I'll get to a Euros next year. I love the fact of getting done at 6, 7 in the evening and having the whole evening to do everything. But I understand that at American races, that's not going to happen. Right? So I understand that. This race isn't supposed to be like that. If you want to do it like that, look, people cry. For instance, AMS, he charges $150, which is only $30 more or $10 more than the late entry fee for this race. Takes less entries. He has to make money, right? In order to do that, promoters will have to charge $200 or more for an entry. And that is not going to go over. Man, I think Wicked Weekend's upping the price to $10 from $90 to $100 for this year's, and I've heard people pissing me on about it. $10.
Okay, so let's continue this thought a bit. So Neo entry wasn't it
almost
like
$200? No, it was like $200. It worked out to be back in the day, $200 and something. It was like 175 pounds.
Are you sure it wasn't more than that?
I mean, while you talk about it, I'll look it up.
Yeah, well, anyway, so a few $100, I think it was. The thing is that I think like a race like this, it's in Vegas, it's in a casino, controlled environment, indoors, it's safe, the race is going to happen. This is the kind of race that you can do to really promote RC and really make it into a spectacle, and really get all the best drivers there. It's like an unofficial world championship in a sense, because everyone's there. If there's a good race in Vegas, everyone will fucking want to go. I guarantee it. All the best Europeans, all the best Asians, they are going to be there. Would you agree?
I mean, It does get a good. Yeah,
maybe the first year, no, but after they see it, they're like, fuck, I'm there. And that's what I think this race should be. And it could easily, like, there are so many small, easy things that you can do to achieve that. Just like promote it a bit better, in a sense. Like, we're in a fucking casino. If you're going to put ads up, there's SilverState, just like the trophy. Like, this is an ad, basically. Okay? Like, no one knows what the fuck that is. Put a fucking picture of a jumping RC car there.
I will say this.
Get it. They're like, oh, fuck,
I agree.
Look, a family with kids see a jumping RC car. Oh, it's right there. Like, we can walk to watch that right now. Okay? Separate the professional from the amateur a bit more. Make the professional RC races a show, you know? Have them there. Like, people come and watch, and there's like, oh, these are the pros, you know? The professional guys. The pit setups, the vendor row of this and that. Like, promote our hobby a bit better and more. We'll just minor effort, you know? Have a schedule so you know, like, these times, come and watch the best drivers in the world compete, you know? It's very easy to do, and that's something which will benefit anyone. Like, manufacturers will be like, we'll join, we'll go there, because the race promoter is doing the pictures and the videos and promotion for us. We show up to race, we know we're going to get exposure, right? You can do that and still make the same money, because when you do that, the manufacturers will attend and they will send their drivers. They would pay a higher entry fee. Maybe more of them would be inclined to sponsor the event in some way. And you can make the same money, you know, just by making smarter decisions, caring a bit more. So it's not that you can't make the same money, you have to make less money. No, you can make the same money, but do a better job for the racer and for the industry. That's my point. That's always been my point. Was it fun being there? Yes, it was. But the downside was that I know how much better it can be with not that much effort. And also, I didn't agree with that sort of shadiness that we addressed earlier. That's my opinion. That is the truth. You know, it's not that I hate Joey. It's nothing personal. It's just like, this is what we could achieve if you just fucking bothered doing it.
You know, I have to agree with you. I also just checked up. I think a post from 2012. The entry cost for Neo was 130 pounds. At that time, it worked out to about $210.
Okay.
Per class.
Yeah.
You know, I have nothing against Joey. I have nothing against these guys making money. As I stated last year, I just think it's shady when, you know, I thought last year that he made that cap to get extra money in. I think I agree with you on how it can be promoted better, all that type of stuff as well. Like, people don't really know it's an RC car race coming on in there. But like, if there was a race where you can promote it to people, then great. Like this. So, for instance, this race that I went. So, I just want to give an example. This race that I attended here in Florida this past weekend, dude, it had so many people just coming in and watching racing that didn't race, right?
Yeah,
people
but
buying product.
The thing that I don't understand why people don't agree or get it, or sort of,
because it's facts over feelings. It's feelings over facts.
If you go and watch a Supercross now, are you going there to watch Jet Lawrence and Eli Tomac and Cooper Webb and their championship fight? Is that what you're focused on? Are you going there to watch the 450 main and 250 main and that? Or are you going there to watch the C practice of 250? Like, and that's it. Like, that's why you are going there.
Well,
would you enjoy watching like 8 hours of me rolling around the track and then random, you don't know exactly when, but at random times, Eli Tomac and Cooper Webb are on the track? No, you will fucking go there, and you know at 7 p.m. it starts, and that's when they are racing, and this, like, you fucking know what's going on.
Yeah, they could promote
3 hours
that.
There, and it's amazing.
They
That's
can promote
what we
that.
can do, and we should do. Why? Why don't we do that?
Here's my dream. Like, you promote that. You have those pros on there. I keep coming back to it. Signing autographs, all that type of stuff. Right? Act like it's big. This is the perfect race to do that. But it takes effort and time and the ability to want to do that. Right? Exactly. And the mind to do that. I will say this. So I have heard that this is the last time that this race is going to be here.
Yeah, but I think not. Okay, let's get on to the next point. Are you done with this segment?
I just want people before they come off as we're just being haters. We're not being haters. We're just stating what was stated, right?
Okay, so let's go to the next part of the rant. Okay. Yeah. I spoke with Joey after the race in the casino about all of these things. I mean, he knows all these things already. And I think this kind of ties back to I'm the world's worst person that Tibo has ever met. Okay? That's dumb, because at the moment I was saying, look, Tibo, I think you're a legend in RC, and all I want is you to return the Mayako buggy so I can put it on my wall. Now, he never returned the buggy. He's really mad at me. He said he would return it, but he said that he wouldn't give me the body because that's somehow his because of the paint job, and he'll remove the T-work screws. I said, okay, fucking remove the screws if you're that anal, and I will replace them, and I'll put your car on the wall. I'll get them body painted, okay? He's really mad at me. I'm the worst person in the world. And it kind of just got me thinking, like, because I know the reason he thinks that, okay? He thinks that I'm the worst person in the world because I have been very honest and direct and rude to him, okay? Instead of stroking his ego, kissing his ass, and, like, serving him. I don't know what the fuck to say. But that's the reality of the situation. I have not publicly shared anything about Tibo, have I? No, I don't think so.
You and Tibo have had a very love and hate relationship over the years.
Over the years, sure, but I have not done anything to undermine him in RC or his future or whatever. He has talked a massive shit about Mayako and me, and like converting people away from Mayako and all that crap, right? I've done shit. Have I? No. Me and him, one-on-one, I have been direct, honest, said my opinion, and we had an argument on the phone where I got frustrated and said that I'm getting vibes of my ex-girlfriend. I fucking hung up the phone. And that's what triggered him to where I'm the worst person in the world, okay? So I'm the worst person in the world because I was very honest about what I believe and what I think. And I do it in a sort of abrasive way. And he was emotionally not capable to sort of absorb that and deal with that. Did I hate him? No. Did I leave stuff unpaid? No. Everything has been paid. All salaries, travel, everything. Do I hold a grudge against him? No. He is trying to get to the Worlds. Would I pay for him to go to the Worlds and build a car and support him? I would. Of course, he's never going to do that. But I'm just trying to paint a picture of where we are. I don't hate him. I don't have anything against him. He hates me because he couldn't handle words that were spoken. Amazing. Okay. Trust me, we're gonna get back. Trust me, we're gonna get back to Joey here. Okay.
No, but maybe you should give some context to how this all happened, because I think you guys got in an argument or something.
So I think originally it was because we didn't. Let's say our personalities did not match when it comes to working together. Okay. I would say he's very sort of emotional, needs a lot of encouragement, positive sort of reinforcement.
And that does not come from you.
He complains a lot, cries a lot. He has a lot of negative energy, and I'm the kind of person, like, you give me fucking negativity, give it to you back. Like, I'm not the kind to that's too bad, like, we can figure this out. No, give me fucking negativity, I'll give it to you back. If you are positive and happy with me, I give that to you back, like, generally speaking, right? So we just did not get along because of that. And then, so
I don't think anybody's surprised that you two didn't get along. But anyway, continue.
Yeah, well, I thought we had a shot, but anyway, it didn't work out. that moment and the whole thing and how everything worked out, I was just thinking about it, and it comes back to the fact that most people, even now, if I think about the invisible speed and JQ, okay, there are two separate things. People come up, they are so thankful for all the advice and the videos and help, and that's amazing. The book is great, all that. But then there's still this, like, JQ's such an asshole, and he hates America and this and that. No, I don't. It's people don't think, okay? The confusion is like, who am I? How do people relate to me, JQ? Who am I? They hate me and love me at the same time. A lot of people have this disconnect, right? Oh my God, the engine tuning video is amazing. The setup advice is amazing. I met him at the race. I spoke to him. He was very helpful and kind. He pitted for me. He tuned my engine. He signed my book, right? But then they also are like, I hate the guy. He's the fucking worst human I ever met, right? These two things cannot coexist. It's not possible. Like, how is this possible? It's only possible because people are not honest. Most people in this world are not honest. They do not think things through. People are not authentically themselves. They are not authentic in their own mind and how they act in the world, right? That is the problem. I am not the worst person Thibaut has ever met. I am not. I guarantee he's met worse people. Why do I say that? Because he was about to retire. I say I, okay, but it was Mayako. It was more than just me. But I agreed to hire him, provide him with an opportunity for post-racing, in the industry, okay? Supported him, believed that he could, still win and then retire on a high. I didn't bring up anything that I could have brought up to hurt him. I haven't done anything to hurt him since we split. So it is not true that I am the worst person he has ever met. But he feels that. He's not being honest, right? He's not dealing with his emotions, thinking about things rationally, evaluating everything, and then going with that, right? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yes. There are homophobes, the worst homophobes in the world. Turns out they're gay themselves, right? Very often. This has happened. Or the, super racist people, and turns out they have some, fetish with black women or black men, right? This happens, or the other way around, right? But people pick sides. They are not rational. They are very, very emotional and not honest. Principles, integrity, these things don't seem to exist in the world. You follow?
I'm following.
So, having said all of that, I do have to say one thing. I spoke with Joey in the casino, and he told me that he has had many reasons to ban me from races or not support me or not welcome me because of things that I have done or said, which I understand, but he has never done that. He has also had pressure from other people to do the same, but he has not done that, right? For example, do you remember the JQ takeover thing?
Of course, I was there.
Yeah, JQ takeover caused him to disqualify me from the DNC 1 year.
Yeah, but I remember what it was mostly. It wasn't, he was trying to give you a chance, but then I remember the HB guys came up and talked about you turning off Ben Sterling's radio and then pushed for that. I think really pushed. Like that was that pushed him over the edge. That's my thoughts on it.
Yeah. But the point is he did disqualify me, but I was welcome the next year. And I sponsored the race next year with the JQ takeover banners and stuff. But the problem was the whole JQ takeover was like a dig at Techno. And because Techno had the Techno takeover. So we took over the hashtag JQ takeover. The reason for that was that Elias, who worked for JQ Racing, we also didn't get along. He was also very emotional. And so we had a breakup. He left.
For those that don't know, Elias used to work for JQ. He used to
work. I don't remember how many years now, but like a sales guy, team manager guy, like friendly face of the brand. So he left to go to Techno, and we left. I didn't do anything to hinder his progress or his career in RC. He tried to steal all our dealers and team drivers by undercutting, basically. He knew all the prices, just giving better deals to everyone. I know because people who were loyal to the brand showed me and didn't leave, but a lot of people did leave. Well, I don't know a lot. Well, some people did leave, right? So because he did that, and because of the attitude of Daniel Lewis, who I spoke with at the time, I did the JQ takeover thing. So I didn't, like, it's a marketing thing, hashtag JQ takeover, to take over the hashtag. Not their business, not try to ruin their source of income or anything like that. It's like it's almost like banter, in the UK at least. Banter, I think many countries, friendly banter. It's kind of really rude, but it's friendly, okay? Now, this is similar, although it was kind of friendly, but that wasn't the motivation for it. You understand? But you can class it as the same. Like, people can look at it and think of it like friendly banter, even though that wasn't why I did it. It was literally just to take over the hashtag. Like, fuck you for trying to steal all our customers. Like, that's not right. Right? You're messing with my source of income, so I'll mess with your hashtag. Okay, so they got mad, but what they did was they threatened to not support Joey anymore, not go to his races if he allowed me to race, right? But Joey said, no, that's not right. He's going to allow me to race. So I want to bring that up because we are saying all these things about SilverState and DNC and all of that, and shady way with the entry cap and that. But I do believe that big picture, when you look at it, I do believe that Joey sort of, like, his heart is in the right place, in a sense, He still has, like, a shred of integrity or character, to the sense where, like, okay, this is wrong. I can look at everything, and this is what I feel about this person, but this is what's the right thing to do, so I'm going to do this, Like, he can still piece that shit together, which is even more disappointing when we talk about this entry cap thing and all of that. But I just want to bring that up. Like, he at least was able to look at that. Okay, Techno don't want to support me. They're going to pull sponsorship. They're going to do this unless I ban JQ. Well, that's not fair, so I'm not going to do it. And, well, what fucking Techno is still there. So he did the right thing. But these kind of things, like Tebow saying, I'm the worst person ever. No, I'm not. Techno saying, oh, you have to ban JQ because fucking JQ hashtags this and that. While they are literally stealing customers, right? The world is not so black and white. There's not like 100% good, 100% bad. We are all good. We are all bad to some extent. What we have to do is to try to be honest and authentic. What's the right thing to do? Do that. You see what I mean? Do you understand? And
yes.
If race organizers did that, if they say that they care about racing and races, then they would do the right thing. Maybe not at all their races, but at one. Maybe Joey could have DNC as a shit show. Fine. Lone Star is a shit show. Fine. But you have SilverState. Why not make SilverState a really great race?
Because I feel that's the race that has to make the most
make
money.
that like the pinnacle, your flagship event where all the best drivers come and you promote the shit out of it. And we have stands and people come and watch and we have a schedule and we have all the pros racing at the same time and all that shit. Like you can do that. Okay. If people truly were honest and authentic, that's what would happen. If you say you care about RC, then do things, you know, do things like that. You understand?
Yeah. So I want to just digress a little bit. One, I still think you and Elias should talk because you still kind of hold this to your chest.
No,
you got to learn to let.
He's
You
like
got to learn to let go too.
Listen,
you have to learn to
I
let
do not
go
have a
too.
problem with him.
Why
He
don't you
has
go
a
up and
problem
talk
with
to
me.
him?
I don't have a problem with T-Bar.
Well,
He
go
has
up
a
and
problem
talk to
with
him.
me.
Go up and talk
I
to him.
haven't
Elias.
spoken with him.
Well, go up and
I
talk
have.
to him because this conversation
I
comes
have
up all the
spoken
time.
with him. It's different. I am telling you, I do not function clearly like most people I deal with. I don't hold grudges like that because I understand how people are in that sense. No, I don't. I really do not.
Come, JQ. You don't.
Who do I have a grudge against that I wouldn't speak to or wouldn't be able
It
to
took
deal with?
forever for you and Drake to be friends again. Well, cordial.
Drake. That's because of him. I don't have a problem. You
Dude,
think like Ronda fucking on that?
So hold on. Everybody in the world is against you, and you do no wrong. That's what you're trying to say to me right now.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying I do not hold grudges in that way where I'm like
you still
trying to undermine someone's business. I'm not saying like, oh fuck, Drake just wears out your engines. Don't send him engines. Oh, don't go to Joe's races, they suck. Like I'm not saying that. Well, I'm literally saying do this to make it better and let's go. Let's all go there.
Hey, what did you think was going to happen when Elias got fed up with you and went to a different brand? Of course he's going to take that's what any other person would do.
Well, any other dishonest person would do that, yeah.
Had you pissed me off, which you did, countless. I fucking ran out of time, fingers and numbers to count how many times you pissed me off while I was your manager. And had I got offered another job, that's what anybody wanted. It's not about being dishonest. You got to understand.
It's not about anyone.
It comes back to one statement you said to me one time. And I'm always going to say this, and I still say it to this day. Lefty, that's JQ Racing. You are replaceable. At the podcast, you are not. Well, I say this once again. You have yet to replace me.
But it's true.
If it's so true, why haven't you gotten somebody to replace what at JQ Racing?
Well, it is true. You have to break this down. You are the podcast. I
get that point. Everybody is replaceable.
Like you are.
Everybody is replaceable.
When you work for someone and you are just like a team manager or something like that, then you are replaceable. Literally.
Yes, that is true. But you have yet to replace me. You have yet to replace me.
It's like I was not replaceable at JQ Racing in a sense. I was fucking JQ. Like I was doing all the shit. Who would replace me? No one.
I agree.
Do you understand?
Well, who else is going to be you? The problem is you fail to realize that here's a better way to put it. I was not easily replaced and still have yet to be replaced.
Yeah, but JQ Racing doesn't exist. You can't.
Well, what I'm talking about,
I am replaceable in the podcast because I am not the podcast. I'm just fucking vice host sometimes. Do you understand? Are you still butthurt about that?
No. I'm just saying that you haven't replaced me because it isn't that easy to replace good employees. And this is a problem that a lot of people in positions that have power to fire and get rid of when they realize that somebody is a good employee and they push them to the edge where they quit.
Well, you are replaced in a sense. Like Robert is basically you. He's kind of covering the same bases as you.
Yeah, I agree, but
because it's a different brand. But you said something that I wanted to reply to. Oh, yeah. Like anyone would do that. No, they fucking wouldn't. Like in the real world, no, they wouldn't.
Yes, they would. That happens in the real world all the time.
In the fucking real world, if we are talking about big money and contracts, there are clauses in there where you cannot work in the same industry for X amount of time or this or that for this reason. You understand?
Yeah, I agree with that. That.
But here we don't have that. We don't enforce that. We're not going to sue anyone. I do not have that motivation to, after something doesn't work out, to go after someone else and try and hurt them, their business or their income.
He wasn't trying to hurt. I don't think he was trying to hurt your business.
Yes,
I think he was trying to. I think he's trying to prosper. He put in the work with those people.
If you try to prosper, then you do a good job. You don't try to
stay in your lane.
Attack someone else.
Stay in your lane right now. Hold on. I don't think he attacked anybody. I think that Elias put in a lot of work as the friendly face of JQ, kind of like what I did, while you pissed off everybody on Facebook because arguing on Facebook for fucking 3 weeks was more important than actually paying attention to the fucking customers that you had. So every time he went a step forward, you put him 2 steps back. How do I know? Because I went through this bullshit with you. I fucking went through it for 5 years with you. I'm the only one that stuck around with you for this entire situation. Luckily, because I got into this podcast. If I was doing this with you right now, what I was doing 5 years ago, I'd be dead. I would have died because you would have killed me through the bullshit that you done. So I understand where Elias come from. I know where he came from. He worked hard to get all those people on and running JQ, and you fucking did your best to piss them off because you couldn't understand that arguing with somebody who's a customer wasn't good for business. You preferred to be right rather than and argue with somebody rather than make money. So while Elias may have taken those customers and went somewhere else when he did, I don't blame him because he worked his ass off to get those customers.
I didn't say that, someone leaves and people follow. No, I say specifically contact all the people with lower pricing because you know the pricing. That, in my opinion, is wrong.
It may be wrong, but it's not. It's what he had to do.
No, he did not have to do that. Tebow left. Okay, I have so much shit that I could fucking throw Tebow's way. Okay, but I don't. Okay, Ronnefalk left. I have shit that I can throw. I don't. Okay, maybe I say his results aren't good. His car looks shit.
You do sound like fucking.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But if he was winning all these races and his car looked amazing, I would say that his car looks amazing and he's doing well. Do you understand? So the truth can hurt, but that doesn't make me the villain trying to ruin someone. Okay, but I could. That's the thing. Like I could, but I don't. Of course you could. That's the difference. That's what I'm trying to say here. Like
you could ruin a lot of people in RC if you wanted to.
Yeah, but also look.
I understand your point. I understand your point. Lefty, don't get me wrong. I understand it.
How did you get into RC?
Through you.
Yeah.
Through you.
How did that happen? You were just a fucking one-up gimp in the DR with no way into RC. Elias was a Greek goat herder who had no way into RC. Same fucking shit. Okay, he wasn't really a goat herder, but you get the idea.
Right, but you got to understand is that not everybody's going to put up with you, right? And I have figured out a way to put up with you to an extent, and our friendship is a little different. And people, you know how many people would tell me, oh, I don't know why you're on JQ, or blah, 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 he's an asshole, blah, 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 yeah, you're such a nice guy, Lefty, or whatever. And I was like, well, if it wasn't for JQ, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. Right now, you gave me the opportunity, you helped me out along the way, and then I took it and made the best out of it, right? Even to this day, you still help me out with things. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be doing this podcast. So you've become my friend. It comes down to, I tell people all the time. I heard a joke by a comedian that says, he goes, you know, you have that asshole friend and nobody's friends with him, but nobody can understand why you're friends with him. And he says, well, somebody's got to be a friend for him. And we've developed into friendships, like, a good friendship between us. Yes, I'm very appreciative of you giving me the opportunity to work in this industry, but you will push somebody. I can also understand why Tebow kind of feels the way he does, because you will push somebody to their fucking limits. Because I've been there. You just don't realize that you're doing it, right? I've just figured, how many times have I called you and like, I'll quit and I'm going to, and I want to hit you and I want to hurt you because you don't, and this is the truth. You don't see the value to somebody till they're gone. And
no, that's not true.
It is true.
I don't know how the fuck this rant turned out to be about me now.
Because we're having a therapy session.
But I have to respect that now.
Okay.
So you just said that I don't appreciate people. I don't appreciate one until that is fucking wrong. The thing is that I live by a different standard, maybe. Like, I don't look at the stuff I do and think, oh, I'm so fucking amazing. Like, no. And I look at other people also, and I'm like, if you're just doing your fucking job that you are paid to do, why do I have to pat you on the back and tell you how awesome you are?
Because you've never had a boss.
If you actually do something awesome, then I'm going to say, fuck, that's good.
Because you don't know anything about positive reinforcement.
Just because you are doing the bare minimum and I don't fucking show appreciation, like pat you on the back, doesn't mean that I don't appreciate you. That's the mentality I have. Do you understand?
I understand that.
But then when you like actually do something great, I'm going to say, hey, good job. You understand? Like,
but you know what that comes from?
Natural born leader, like, oh, I have to.
No, you are not. You are
make
not.
sure, like, figure out how to manipulate everyone and make them feel happy, and like, how do I get the most out of these people? How do I lead? How do I like?
Maybe you should take some leader course classes.
How do I positively influence these people? Fuck that. No. I'm not into that. I never will be. I don't give a fuck. I hate when people do that to me. When people are honest with me, I appreciate that. But when they are giving me some positive feedback or something because they want something from me or they want me to do, no, fuck you. Really. That's my attitude. That's why if I think that someone has done the bare minimum, I am not going to tell them good job, great job, amazing, because I don't think so. It's not honest.
You know,
and
why,
I would
JQ?
appreciate it if more people were like that, to be honest.
You know why, JQ? Because you've never had a real boss for an extended period of time. That's why you've never had a boss
does that
ride
have
you.
to do with it? I wouldn't want the real boss for an extended period
exactly.
of time.
Hold on for a second. If you was a worker, would you want you to be your boss?
Actually, yes.
No, you are lying. You are a liar because you said that you are a liar. You said I
know why?
I would not want to have me as a boss. You are a lion tamer. Anyway, let's bring this back to RC because we got to stay in our lanes, right? That's been probably the funniest thing. That's probably been the funniest thing of this year. I have back to Joey. I get your points. I understand your points, what you made, right? But you got to understand that people don't operate and think like you do. Kudos to Joey for not banning you when he had all rights to ban you, because he could have. As for SilverState and these races going into the future, I just say no cap, right? All right, let's just say that from now on the price is going to be $120.
No, definitely have a fucking cap, have a sensible schedule.
I don't
raise
think that's
the entry
happen.
fee, fucking make the entry fee $500 for the pro class. Pros would still attend. They would if all.
Yeah, but it's not just about the pros, JQ, and that's where your mind.
It's not. But I said the pro class.
Right.
You can raise that. Keep it the same for the others. There are ways to make good money. Shorten it by a day. You don't need fucking extra days. Shorten it by 2 days.
But you know what? You know what? As long as people continue to go, it's not no need.
That doesn't make it right.
What makes it wrong? If you don't like it, don't fucking go.
That's your argument is fucking complete bullshit.
No. Listen to me. I have said from the very beginning.
As long as people continue to go, all right, as long as people continue to own slaves, then it's fine.
You see, now you're not even.
It's the same. No, it's not. That is a dumb fucking argument.
It's not. You're just getting your panties all on a twist. Listen to what I said from the beginning.
There is no option. Either you race big races in RC and you attend shit races, or you don't race big races in RC.
Your opinion is that they're shit. There's probably 400 other people that enjoy themselves.
Most people think they are shit.
Well, most people don't like it. The whole cap thing, I agree with that, and they don't. But they still go.
Most people don't like that they get fucking 6 minutes of runtime a day.
They still go. They still
because they do not have a choice. Don't you remember when I told you about the example of a world where you wake up and you get punched in the face? Okay.
Oh my goodness.
3 times. Every morning you wake up and someone punches you in the face 3 times, right? And that's the world you live in, okay? So then if you wake up and you're punched in the face just twice, you're going to be like, oh my God, this is so amazing. No, it's not. You should just wake up and not be punched in the face.
Well,
that would be even better.
Explain to me like this. If everybody wants something different, why wasn't RCGP fucking sold out every round?
It was sold out in America.
No. It sold out once in America. It sold out once in America.
It sold out at Thunder Alley.
That's it.
And I don't remember what the entries were in.
It was like 90 something.
South Carolina, North Carolina.
South Carolina. But I'm just trying to say, man, you're fighting against a fucking very strong current, right? Yes. Do I agree there could be races that are very similar to European races and stuff like that? I agree. I definitely agree. But I know what's gonna happen. You raise an entry fee by $10 and people cry about it. People that get it, people that understand, okay, AMS is $150 to go race per class. But hey, I got practice sessions. I got fucking 3 qualifiers or whatever with 4 qualifiers. I got that 10-minute race. I got 45-minute mains. I got double B mains in electric, triple A mains in for electric, all that type of stuff. People understand the value of the track time. They can say, okay, for $150 per class, that's worth it. There are people out there that just can't compute that, right? Because they're so used, just like now we come back to the punching in the face situation. That's what they're used to. I'm not saying that, and then you're definitely not going to win people over by calling races shit races, right? You're already, yeah, but you can't call somebody else's race shit because then you're just going to come off as a hater. Did I say SilverState was shit? No, I said the cap was shit. There's a difference. I love the race.
Like
watching
that is only if you are Don Winkmulder, that race is good. You enter 3 classes with the same car, you're okay. Okay.
Guess what? Don Winkmulder was, so people bring up, oh, he's a pro. A lot of this came from the Ghani running intermediate. And then the whole pro thing came from us talking about Adam Drake. But at the same time, I think it's unfair on a pro level because those guys are racing for paychecks. Whereas an intermediate, you ain't. So that's where I think the difference is. But JQ, not everybody, if you keep saying things are shit and that's shit, nobody's going to listen to you. They're just going to be like, look at JQ, he's being a hater. The best thing you did,
a lot of good points.
The best good thing you did was your interview because you didn't say anything rude. You just said, yes, I'm having fun. What happened to the cap? He must have waived it. That was probably your most honest, brutally honest interview. And people still took it wrong. I'm going to say.
Yeah, but they will because people
you didn't insult anybody. But once you start, what did I tell you for years and years and years? As soon as you start calling somebody names or saying derogatory things to them, you lose your fucking argument. Once again,
you don't.
Yes, you do.
You don't. It doesn't matter. You can be the most polite person in the fucking world. It won't change anything. You can be
as soon as I start calling you a fucking asshole, your demeanor changes. You fucking asshole, you dummy. You start saying things like that. Of course, my demeanor is going to change. I'm going to get more hostile. I'm going to come back at you harder.
Truth is still the truth. Facts are still.
Yeah, but there's a way to say things, and there's a way to say things and things you shouldn't say, and you haven't learned that yet. This isn't fucking Finland.
I don't agree with you.
Of course you don't agree. Stay in your fucking lane.
Trump was the president of America. He said the worst things, the most rude things. It's just that if you agree with them, then you think he's a hero, right? That's his popularity, basically. And then if you don't agree with him, you think he's a rude bigot. You understand?
No, you're reverse Trump.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, exactly. Reverse Trump. I am actually
very
not.
Much similarities.
Yeah, exactly. What do I want? What is it that I have from day one said?
But you ain't gonna. You're talking about a crowd. You're trying to preach to a crowd of people that enjoy they enjoy going to these races. It's about the hype, and you're telling them that their experience should be shit when you're telling them how they should feel.
That's not what I'm saying. All those people many attend because it's their only choice. They like to go to big RC races, but they don't enjoy the fact that they don't get any track time. That is what the majority of people say.
You've been arguing about.
I even said it. I had fun, but I wish we had more track time. So many people say the same thing. They say this is shit. I can't believe we can't get any fucking track time. This is bullshit. Okay. Will they go again? Yes, because they have a hobby, which is racing RC, and they like to go to the big RC races. Would they enjoy it more if the race was better? Yes. My point stands.
You know what you do? You go out and put on your race and make it better.
No, that is not the right answer.
Hey, because
stay
you're not
in your fucking lane. We have race organizers.
Stay in your lane.
They need to do a better job.
Why would for them if people are still attending, they're not going to do anything.
What you just said is the equivalent of saying, "Well, if you don't like it, you can get a refund." It is a fucking dumb argument, Lefty.
If you don't like it, you just don't go. You didn't put any money. That's completely different.
No, because it's the only choice. If you want to race a big race in America, you have to go to a shit race where you don't get track time. That is the reality.
Go. So here you go. Moot your
and
argument
I think
by calling them all
could
shit
be
races.
Changed.
It ain't gonna be changed by calling them shit races.
They are shit races.
But it's not going to be.
You can only race one class with one car.
That's your opinion.
It sucks.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. But you're not going to change things by being
it's
derogatory.
It's a majority opinion, guaranteed.
You just don't get what I'm trying to say. Is that
I get what you are trying to say, but it's stupid because I just told you I do not like the way the race is. Yet I go. Don't you understand? There are a lot of people in my situation. We go because it is the only choice.
You don't have to go to SilverState.
Oh my God. If you want to race a big race in America right now with Europeans and Americans, you have to attend a race where you pay to sit there for fucking 12 hours and drive for 6 minutes. You do not have another option. And I am saying the race organizer can make the same money by providing a better product. And I think
100% agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
That is my argument.
What is the motivation?
That is my argument. And you're trying to argue against that.
I'm not trying to argue against that. I'm not. I'm just saying there's no motivation to do that. You didn't go to DNC this year. Why didn't you go to DNC?
Because it's so bad, and then it can get rained out too.
All right. So you
at least Vegas, you're in a casino. You know you can race, and you are in the casino. It's a nice atmosphere. Okay, I'll give it a shot.
Okay, but that race also costs more than DNC
to put on for him.
Yes, you mean? Of course it does.
How is that relevant?
Because he has to make more money of it. No.
Yeah, but he can.
Okay.
I'm not saying he should make less money.
I can hear what's going to happen right now. Hey, we're going to charge $250 and we're going to cap this race at 500 entrants next year. The shitstorm that will come for Joey for that is going to be amazing. Now, there are people out there that get it. Right? There are many people out there that get it. It's getting more.
There's no shitstorm if he gives back value.
Well, the value has to be runtime, right?
If there's a good coverage and the schedule and all these things, and all the top pros from Europe
they had
are there.
Good coverage.
Yeah,
they had a lot of. They had a lot, so they had good coverage, right? The anything that they're lacking from your plan was track time. They had good coverage. They had a good bit of Europeans there. You kind of knew when you was running. You could read your schedule, right? You could go off and you can go off and do extracurricular activities while you're waiting for your race, right? So this race is ticking off a lot of your boxes besides the track time. Well, something has to
your track time and schedule, like value for the racer.
You're arguing against something that I don't think you're going to change, because this is how American races are. They are like this.
Well, maybe one of the races we can change.
Well, we did. You did. It's called AMS. What? You've been changing it. Remember, AMS was one of these races. One of these races that had as many entrants as possible, right? Now it's going to where you get copious months of track time at AMS.
Let's tie this back to what I started with.
Okay.
Because you said we can't change it, whatever. Yes, we can. The thing is that if the people who agree with mainly I have said, because you fucking can't seem to agree.
I agree with you. I agree with you, JQ.
Listen, if the people who actually agree with this, if they would be honest enough, authentic enough, able to voice their true opinions, then things could begin to change. But when we are dealing with industry people like Daniel Lewis from Techno, who his Techno he defies the laws of physics. Degani made the joke about the book because Wiggins bought two. That the other one was for Daniel Lewis, the owner of Techno, and I think. So Degani went up to him because he's running a Techno truck, and he's like, "Hey, do you want Jakey to sign the book for you?" And he's like, "I don't have the book or whatever." Right? Then I saw him later. I was like, "Oh yeah, how do you like the book?" or something. I can't remember what I said. There's like, "Well, actually, to be honest, I don't have the book. Like, we're on our own program," he says. I said, "What? Your car defies the laws of physics? Like, it's the same fucking thing, you know?"
So you're upset that he doesn't
still
have
applies,
your book.
You know? But like, that's what we're dealing with. Okay, we cannot get together as an industry because that's the level we're at. I'm designing a car that defies the laws of physics, so I'm not gonna get this book. You know? Fuck this, Jakey Taker. You stole my hashtag. I hate you forever.
Yeah, he has
like,
reason to be
I
upset.
cannot. like reality has changed. It has shifted completely now because of this thing, It's just fucking stupid. Seriously.
Yeah, but you're talking to a person that has a reason to be upset with you, the same reason you was upset with them.
It doesn't fucking matter. When we organized RCGP, we wanted Techno to join. We did things to, accommodate them, to make sure that they could join this, because it's for the greater good, the growth of the industry. People are short-sighted, narrow-minded, selfish, just think of themselves. And that's how the world is, So we aren't going to get together and do anything great. You're right. And that's why I don't give a fuck anymore. I just wanted to do this rant.
I defeated you.
And race 40 plus.
I defeated you. I think things can be...
Anyway, that's what it comes down to. People do not think. Critical thinking out the fucking window. Double standards, no integrity, no honesty, no authenticity. That's the issue. It's a global issue, not just RC.
It's not just the RC thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. You're all ranted out now.
Yeah.
You're all ranted out. But
that's basically all I wanted to say, I think.
Well, this rant, we was like, oh, let's just make it a half an hour. It ended up being an hour. You know what, JQ? Well done on getting, realizing your full potential, as an e-buggy specialist. I can't wait till you accept that you are a truggy driver at heart as well, and go out there and do well in e-truggy and nitro truggy. Too bad you didn't win nitro buggy. You could have won it. But it was an entertaining interview. I understand that you had fun. I'm sorry that I triggered you this weekend. You triggered me a couple of podcasts back. But I have 2 words for you. 3 words. 4 words. Stay in your lane.
I'm in my lane.
Anyway, it was good chatting with you. Anything to say before we close out here today?
Hashtag JQ Takeover.
Oh, Lord have mercy. See what I mean? Then you want everybody to
I'm the worst person ever now.
No, you just... The thing is, So here's the thing with you, JQ, and I've known you now, how long now? For how many years? Since 2017 is when we first got, started working together. You want everybody to play along with you, right? But you want everybody to play along with your rules early. And
that's
at some
true.
point, it is true, JQ. If they don't play exactly by how you want it to play,
no, that's
you
not
get
true.
upset. It is very much true, JQ.
No, it's not true. It's not true. There are a number of ways to do a good job in, organizing races or doing media or whatever, anything to do with RC. There are a number of different ways to do it. Okay. You can pick one, and if you do a good job, I'm perfectly fine with that. But if you don't do a good job, then I'll complain and I will provide a way of doing it. That's not the only way to do it.
No,
but it's a good way.
I would say this. You were very right in your interview, and I was very happy with how you conducted yourself, and you didn't go into a flying off rant like you did do. You said it very calm, cool, and collective. And even still, you fucking got got railroaded.
Listen. Most of the people who criticize me are not consistent. I am. Okay? I'm consistent because I've thought about these positions that I hold, and I truly hold them. One reason why I have a lot of respect for Ryan Lutz and why I'm able to work with him is because he is honest and authentic. What you see is what you get. It is him. I disagree a lot with him. He's very religious and he supports all kinds of charities, sketchy things that I don't agree with, right? But he authentically has a consistent direction and point and opinion, and he keeps it, He isn't like a fake Christian and goes to Vegas and gambles and does cocaine and fucks hookers. No. What he says he really is, right? And he treats everyone the same.
I agree with you.
With respect. He has integrity. He has character, And this is a good example for you. Complete opposite to me. Very religious. I'm not. You know, we have very opposing worldviews, right? Yet we get along. Why? Because we are authentic, we are honest. We can have a conversation. Do you understand?
Yes.
People who jump around and like I used the example before, like abortion, the worst thing in the world, you're fucking murdering babies. Oh shit, I had sex with this prostitute and now she's pregnant. Get an abortion. Those people, I don't get along with. Do you understand? And a lot of the people have that same mentality. JQ, I love this setup advice and this thing you do. I hate you over here. I can't, like, how do these match? And they don't bother seeing, like, why do you hate me? Why do you hate this thing I said? Actually, it turns out that all I did was, I don't know what it could be, but say a perfectly rational, reasonable opinion that they just don't agree with. But it's not an evil or horrible one. You know, it's just my opinion that they don't agree with. But that's why they hate me. You know, people don't think, people are not consistent. That's my problem.
You know what? People love to hate you. That's what it comes down to.
But you are wrong about the fact that you have to do it my way. No, you can be Ryan Lutz. You can do it the Ryan Lutz way. Just be honest and authentic, and I can respect that.
All right, so let's use Ryan Lutz as an example. Why is he well respected in the industry? Probably says a lot of the things that you would say as well, but in a different form.
Because he's
because he's built up that respect.
Because because he is very kind, reserved, humble, helpful. You know,
maybe some of that can rub off on you.
Yeah, but I am
not
those things, but I am a good person. I'm kind, I'm helpful also, you know. But the difference is if you approach Lutz with negativity, he is not going to respond negatively, but I will. That's the difference.
Maybe that's something you have to learn.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway, JQ, it was a good chat with you. I'm glad you enjoyed Silver State. I reiterate that none of this is personal against what happened at Silver State, but just more about the cap and all that stuff that didn't happen.
Everything that I've said is personal against Lefty. No one else.
Of course, it's always personal against me.
Yeah.
But I have broad shoulders, and I've been taking it for quite a long time, so I can handle it. I know deep down that you love me, and your life is incomplete with. I even heard you said, "Oh man, it feels weird being here without Lefty here." So, you know, I heard you said that. I heard you said that to somebody.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. Like he'll be complaining about me. Watch where Lefty comes around her. Blah 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 blah. And then he sees me. He's like, "Oh, I have somebody to complain about and complain to." That's you. Anyway, see you at the Worlds, dude. And we got to have you back on her at some point, I guess. And interview her around the world. Poor you discombobulated poor Scotty. I felt bad for him after that. He didn't know what to say.
He's one of those people that needs some integrity in his life.
Oh God.
It's true.
Oh God.
I support his races. Have a deal to do invisible speed with Tony Sport for ETS. Scotty shuts it down. No, he can't do that. That's what we're dealing with here. People are two-faced, no integrity, emotions over rational thought. That's how it is. Just the truth. I'm world's worst person because I just said something that was true. Yeah.
Oh, goodness. Know what I'm going to do if you, JQ. Know what I'm going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do if you.
Too much truth.
You know, not everybody can handle the truth. Sometimes it's best unsaid. With that said, JQ, we're going to wrap this up. Thank you for your time. Congratulations once again to all the people that went and did well at Silver State, especially JC3. We look forward to the upcoming nationals. Next big race in Europe will be the Euros, which I look forward to. I look forward to seeing everybody here at Beachline at the end of the month.
Since we're fucking burning bridges, Spencer Rivkin, Ryan Mayfield both agreed to go on invisible speed. Jason Rona shut that down. Just another example. Just another example, you know?
But you just want to burn all the bridges today.
Yeah, but it's truth. We are all about truth right now.
But he also agreed to come on Invisible Speed with you, did he not?
He hasn't come on to date. I buy tires from him, you know.
Well, maybe you should revisit that instead of burning bridges.
Yeah, but just saying, like, this is the world we live in. I'm the world's worst person, you know. But, yeah.
You are consistently an asshole. That is for sure. But a good asshole at that point.
Yeah. If you're honest, you're an asshole. That's how this world is. If you're dishonest, if you fuck people over behind their backs, but put on a nice face, you're not an asshole. Okay, I see how it is. But I'm not joining your gang.
There we go. He's not joining your gang.
No.
All right. With that said, we're going to wrap up this podcast. JQ, thank you for your time. I hope you have a good, it's not even a weekend. It's Tuesday. But I hope you wish you all the luck at your next motocross race. And you are going to the track with Pecco here this weekend. So I hope you enjoy yourself. Don't fuck yourself up at the motocross track.
Not to.
Please don't, you know. Pecco needs you to spin those wrenches. What's next for you guys?
Ending this podcast.
No more race. No racing before you between now and
Euros warm up next week.
Oh, right. Are you and Pecco going to that?
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool, man. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank you to all of the NNRC squad around the world. We greatly appreciate your support. Thank you to all the patrons and YouTube members of the podcast. If you wish to join this podcast, you got benefits like early access. You can, and that definitely helps out the podcast financially. A big shout out to all our sponsors: Invisible Speed, Hitec Rc, Corsatec USA, Sidewinder Fuel, Mayako Beach RC, Techno RC, Clinic RC, Stacked RC, RaceCraft USA, RC Box Club, Call RC, Elite RC Productions, Florida RC Championships, RC Body Armor, SJ Racing Builds, House of RC, RCGP. Shout out to our drivers: Dave Ronnefalk, Robert Betty, Alexander HagBerg, Matty G, Pecco, and Yuna Hattinen, and Mason Fuller. JQ, have fun at the Euros warm up next week. Sorry.
Thank you. I was just kidding. Everything I said. Okay, bye-bye.
See you later. Nitro's the glory. E-Buggy pays the bills. JQ, consistently an asshole. We'll see you next week.
T-Bug gave me double middle fingers, by the way. He's a bad Christian.
Oh, my gosh. We're going to go. It just...